There we go. Make sure everything works here real fast. Do the usual link it everywhere. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. The stuff in my Discord. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh, nice. I need to get this thing over in Fox's chat. It just lets people know when I'm going live. So I don't have to. Man, that's handy. Handy indeed. Monitor everything over on YouTube. I need to set up Rumble so I can stream all there too. Maybe over YouTube. We'll see. I gotta admit, getting viewers on YouTube is challenging. I've been trying for a whole lot longer than I have on Twitch, and ain't there yet. No. Oh, 1 second. Okay. My breakable pots are important. I gotta improve the collectible rate on those because they don't always collect very well, you know? Like, that's really slow. So let's fix the collectibles here. All quiet on the Western Front. I guess this week's probably the week I should take like Thursday off or something since it's like Thanksgiving. Plus, there's less people around. People do things on these weekends. I'm told people have friends or something bizarre like that. Whatever. Imagine friends and family too. Weird. We don't need no stinking friends and family. Nah, man. Nah. The problem is this delay here. I think the delay should actually just be after he checks to see if it's Poppet. Why am I even checking to see if the other actor is valid? When isn't the other actor valid? Like that's a bizarre check. It's okay if it's like a light amount of people tonight. I'll just have a short stream. Which honestly, with my work schedule, the occasional one is kind of welcome. I love streaming, I do, but this plus a regular job is a lot of hours. Doesn't leave a lot of time for this weird sleep thing people talk about. That's a lot better. really is the better test map. I'll have to adjust all the numbers on those. I don't even know what table I'm going to use, but balancing this is going to be a real challenge. Got restream chat. 1 second. Might be handy to keep track of both chats more easily. Maybe I will give Rumble a try. We'll see. Of course, last night I finished off with the Empress trying to make it its little thing, the little wand. Princess Poppet stool here. I might turn the weapon to something else a little different though, just so it's doesn't look awkward. Oh, this might be not fast enough. What we'll actually do is just set the visibility and then we'll give it like, 0.5 or something like that. I'm gonna put an extra gate on this. We'll call this already collected. Actually, wait, I don't need to do that. That's dumb. Do once. I do once multi-input. What in the world? What am I looking at? I have questions. Okay. This way, it just, will only let you collect it the one time. And I'm going to set the visibility on this. You know what I didn't check for? Crystal, let's see if it's still around. Or if it's been updated yet. Nice, it's the last plugin I need. Still no update to it. Man, that's unfortunate. I miss my crystal notes. They were just much prettier looking. Damn. Yeah. Always show bubble when zoomed. Always show bubble when zoomed. I don't think I ever said it is invisible. I just destroyed it. That was twice, fair enough. Should play out a little better. Also, look at the Empress thingy there. I don't know what I'm doing for the weapon yet for that, but I have an idea of how I'm going to play out that weapon. What's that candy being a dream? But now I was awake when I thought about it. It's gonna be like a little wand anyway, so I need to make it wand-like. Probably gonna attach things to it. A lot of viewers tonight. Fair enough. I need more plant thingies. Got the piano set up already. Actually, let's see. I have other stuff I use. I could change this up here. Usually for skeletal meshes for this, since it's designed to work off the skeletal mesh, but I can attach things to it so it looks less awkward, I guess. I don't know. Sure. Maybe I have something cool on it instead. I don't know. Have one going on the bottom or something? Wonder if that would look any better. Find out. Doesn't look amazing, I don't think. But it might look better in the game too. Actually, it doesn't look too bad on the bottom. Now it's a flower mushroom thing. You know, wait, what is even going on? What? Hey, 2D Bard, how's it going? Yeah, definitely. Okay, that's weird. I do this and it's... I think it's because there's a collision issue. I'm definitely well on my way to making that dream a reality, right? Yeah. When was the last time you looked? Have you seen any of the new stuff? Have you looked at the game before? I have questions. I can give you the tour if you want. Assuming you haven't already had the tour. Maybe people want multiple tours. I don't know. These are questions. Probably need answers. I'm making a Bomberman class for this one. Except for she'll grow plants. She'll drop the plants out and the plants will grow over time. So you'll have to plan carefully. Spawn arrow out here maybe. Oh, well then. I'll give you the tour then, because all right. Okay. I'll load the level. Yeah, I'm currently working on a new weapon because I decided that every one of the tarot cards should have weapons. making abilities for all 22 of the major arcana. If you know anything about tarot cards. And if not, well, I had to look up stuff about tarot cards too when I was picking the game, so you know. Yes. A piano. We love the piano. Alright. You put down a nav mesh real fast. Maybe there's already one down. Also gotta load that crap up. Oh, good. Well, you'll be right at home. I'm just waiting for it to do the preparing textures thingy. Let me put a nav mesh down. Since nobody can move without it. It's kind of important. Just kinda. Like 200. We'll light up the world. Nice. That's all I want to hit. I want to hit a P here. There we go. Oh yeah, I put a lamp down there to make it easier to keep track of stuff. Alright. Let's do this. Oh wait, before I do that, I guess, let me show you. Here's the world around it. I have the load distance set really low in the game, so, you know, temporarily, you can see my city that I built. Why is this so wide? Let's make this bigger so you can really get a look at the place. The game's called Poppet Quest. You play as Poppet. A woman has been killed and her soul's been put into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonder's toy store. And the place is cursed, so that at night all the toys come to life. The curse also powers you, which brought you to life, and unfortunately means you can't leave the building until you find a way to do so without the curse's aid, because, well, you'll die without it. So, here's kind of the backstory of it. More will be revealed. So, all that in mind. So the main mechanic of the game is, you know, I'll use some of her curse power. This is her dodge. You're in the darkness. The curse powers, you know, come back, but you lose your sanity. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you die. But if you go back into the light, your sanity comes back. The longer you're in the darkness, you know, the more insane things will get. I just added a new insane effect. You'll get to see it, I'm sure. She uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. I'm terrible at aiming with it, apparently. Apparently they're just standing around today, huh? Oh no, they're moving. As you can see, as you start to go insane, it starts to flash messages everywhere. That's the new insane effect. It can get pretty overwhelming if you're, you know, you get too insane, so. But I'm experimenting with it. If her insanity gets back enough, they'll actually go away, but... Or, I'm sorry, insanity. If her sanity comes back, yep. I'm beating things up. Yeah. I need to get an animation to have it too where she's also laughing, but I haven't found one of those yet. I'm working on it. This is the star. It trades sanity for health, or health for sanity. It's probably going to get replaced with Wheel of Fortune. Oh, no, I haven't. These are just voice samples. I am going to get actual voice actors to do things, but the game's maybe like 20% done, so, you know, voice acting is kind of low priority currently. It will be... I do have a bunch of sound effects, so for some of the stuff, I'm definitely doing that. Ah. The menu takes a screenshot of wherever you're at. It's very important for photo bombing and the like. This is the Empress, which is making a weapon for. It grows and shrinks plants. I'm gonna give it a new effect tonight where it places like plants that slowly grow over time, acting kind of like bombs or health thingies. For some reason, the couch doesn't want to bounce. Why aren't you bouncing, couch? Okay, well, there's something wrong with that one. Couch is supposed to bounce. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. Oh. Yeah, I totally did it. No. So the magician manipulates objects, such as windows and flips light switches, can pick up small objects. So yeah, the distance turned down so you can't see much of the city at the moment. I'm trying to optimize, but it's slow going as always with optimization, you know. Oh man, that effect. Is wild. I just put gibberish in there. I'm gonna put meaningful messages at some point, but you know. That's another story. Or another time, I guess. I need to shorten that effect a little bit. It's still a little longer than I want it to be. Especially when time matters so much. If you have the right key for a door, you can open it. Wait, what? I might have to change the tour slightly there. Patrick's room key. Okay. Did I break the key thingy somehow? 1 second. I might have. I was just messing with the collectibles. I might have broken something on those, in which case I'll just jump to the other side of the door for the test, but welcome to game dev. You break things in the middle of everything. Something that's worked for weeks. There we go. I guess the name was just slightly off. Apparently strength is just double jump. It's probably getting changed to something else, but for purposes of that it is. Also, this is important. When you see the smiley pumpkin, I just want to make him grow large. There's eventually going to be a thing where you jump around through a double jump or something like that to get up here on all these pumpkins. But okay, I like this effect. I made it late last night before the end of the stream, and I'm just going to jump down anyway. Just having the fun way of getting there. Alright, let me put the star back on for this fight. Yeah, I pretty much stream Monday through Friday. I start at 10:30 Pacific, so for a lot of people it's actually their Tuesday through Saturday. This is like the first of the... Calling him a boss seems kind of generous. He might become more of a boss later, but... He's got multiple phases. Oh, okay, well. Yeah, I stream pretty much every day during the week. Monday through Friday, 10:30 p.m. Often until really early in the morning, usually until like between 6 and 8 a.m. Until I just, you know, I work a regular job, so it's basically until I just can't, you know, stay awake any longer, and I'm like, all right, you've won this day. I got nothing. So the magician can also throw blocks to do damage too. Well, hopefully do damage. It's based on the velocity, so the apparently you can also get multi-hits. Take that, Patrick. Chat named him. It's important to note. Yeah, and his Last phase, he jumps around like a crazy person and summons lots of helpers that explode. It's also fun to have in the background too for the menu. Aha! Explosions are important. Right now, the only weapon I have in the demo that's truly a weapon is the Fool. The other ones are... well, they aren't going to be in the demo, so... I might add weapons to all the different tarot cards. That's what I was thinking of doing. Currently, they don't exist for all of them, but... she does have a dodge, so I can dodge out of the way. And pretty much. Michael Bay understands. He knows that explosions make movies. Also, giant squeaky toy mallet's very important too. Trying to decide if I want to have, you know, funny sound effects for everything that happens. I mean, the Fool has it because it's the Fool. It's supposed to be a joke. But I kind of like the effect. I started using it for the insane thing too, where it's just messages everywhere. So just make it seem like Poppet here is really going insane. Maybe none of it was real all along. No, that'd be so lame. Yeah, it does. There was one night where I decided it went from being like a crappy sucker to a toy hammer, squeaky toy hammer that squishes, and you know, I do all these things on stream, so you pretty much get to see just about everything in the game development on stream. There are a couple things I can't do on stream, but for the most part, everything. Well, usually things I can't do on stream are whenever I have to look up a tutorial on how to do something and I don't want a copyright infringement. That's pretty much it. It's just like, yeah, okay, well, maybe we're not doing that one on stream, but you never know. YouTube's copyright policies. Oof. One does not mess with those. Fortunately, I didn't pick up the super move for this. It has a super move where it grows large, like comedically large. I did pick it up initially, but then the bug happened and I forgot to pick it up on the second way through. Currently, she upgrades the abilities by finding better versions of the tarot cards, but I may make it some sort of thing where she finds either crystals or combinations of swords, cups, and wands. The other, you know, the minor arcana in order to upgrade. Just not sure how that upgrade would pan out yet. I'm back in fight, Patrick. Yeah, he's like the first boss. He's pretty wimpy. I'm mostly working on the first portion of the game. That's going to be the demo, and it will take probably about an hour to beat, in all honesty. I have been kind of trimming it down a little bit because it's doesn't seem necessary to make the demo that long, but it just kind of panned out that way. Like, the demo could probably be like 30 or 40 minutes, and I think people would be more than happy with it. Man down. Got my toy maze here. And weird messages left by... there's like a 14-year-old ghost girl who pretty much rules the place and acts as something of an antagonist. Also strange mechanical devices. Very exciting. Oh, I picked up this key. That was why I went and grabbed that. Much of the game is locked behind keys at places, so you can... Like, there's occasional places you can go to without keys, but this is kind of how I keep you in place, so you don't go too far awry. Like, I'll give you multiple options, but there are limits. Some of them. I made a lot of the machinery things. I made Poppet. I made a lot of the female victims because you know, it's basically like, you know, kind of like if what's his name? If Jack the Ripper, you know, instead of dissecting women, put their souls into dolls. Yes, very much closer to that. Let me do this here, and I can show you some of the concept thingies. This one's a concept weapon so far. It's the Hanged Man. Apparently I replaced it with a plastic thingy. I don't feel like the plastic thingy. I kind of do and I kind of don't. Yeah, it bubbles things. Oh yeah, I definitely make use of the free assets too. I mean, like, no way I'm making everything in this game. Game take 20 years to make. No, thank you. It'd take me a couple years to make even without making everything. It's kind of a bit laggy though. I'm trying to come up with ways to improve the lag issue, but... Oh yeah. It's exciting. It'll be, it's not gonna make it to the demo. There's already so many abilities for it. The demo's only got, I think, like 22 rooms or something, but each room, these rooms are huge, so... Just because it only has, like, you know, 22 rooms don't mean that, you know, it's... Like, this isn't even the largest room. The concept for the chariot is currently a blimp. This will probably get changed, but you'll probably still fight the blimp, so it's a good test for that. It does fire little cannonballs. They don't aim very well. This will be like a super late game ability because it's flying. So we'll see how it's going to pan out, but as a concept, you get to fly around a little toy blimp and shoot things. Blimp kind of blocks the camera though, so I don't know what to do about that. I'll have to find something out. Also, the projectiles have the tiniest range, apparently. Anyway. It is fun to kind of fly it around through things, though. Possessed objects, very fun. I've been doing a lot of things to try to mess with the lag issue. Streaming doesn't help. Streaming definitely is a little hard on my computer, so I gained about 10 FPS, maybe 15 FPS when I'm not streaming, so... Is the game optimized? No. Yeah, I'll make up something for it. It's gonna be super late, so, you know... It's just a fun concept. So there's these possessed objects in the game, and you can tell that they really don't want to let you do anything with them. But if the Hierophant is active, they'll behave like platforms as long as the Hierophant is active. Thus creating little platforming areas. Lag seems much worse today. I added that piano in, and the piano seems like it's very lag-centric. Yesterday I added a working steampunk piano, so you can jump around on the keys. Very important. I want everything to be interactable for the most part. I mean, with exceptions of like pillars and stuff obviously aren't going to be interactable, but I really just want everything to be interactable so you get things to do. This will eventually be a character. I have the model for it, I just haven't added her yet, but this is my Annabelle reference. If you know anything about the Warren Museum, that's the warning that's on Annabelle's case. Soon. He'll break out and be an antagonist later. I think part of the reason why I have lag is it's not deloading the other rooms very well. That's part of the issue. It needs to do that. I'm messing with the H load in enemies, and I think that causes a problem. but I don't know. The magician. Okay, so just down here. Try. Pull your head out, lady. You can deactivate them. I don't know why I even have that as an option, but I do. I have friendly landmines, very important. And I put her hat away. Oops. You can also use the magician to manipulate drawers in order to get places. I guess the light kind of calmed down a bit. I needed to mess with the H load so it doesn't load the enemies from so far away, I think. Apparently the music's also staying, playing the insane music more, which it shouldn't be. I need to look into that too. I missed the jump. Nice. I get an idea of where that's going. I want to go a different way anyway. Aha, bubble wand. I'll leave it equipped. Some of the pipes you can actually travel through to get places. I haven't put anything in this pipe yet to do, but it will get you places. I should have flown the blimp through it. That's actually kind of fun to do. Don't know why. It's just sort of fun to do. Random creepy storage room, very important. Going down, Captain. The insanity's kicking in. Oh, thanks. I'll show you the second biome. Because it's like a toy place, and the top floor is a place that, you know, isn't for the public, and that's where you wake up. But the second area is more of a Wonderland biome. It's meant for places, you know, for kids to play toys and things, so I've been working on that one too, even though it's only going to be partially in the demo. But the good news is, that's why I ran it in that order, so I could just get over here and grab this stuff. Yeah, these are the multi-story rooms, and Poppet's killed by water. There's a terror that protects her from that later, but you don't have it at this point. But under the water is actually a bunch of things to do too. We're just keeping the bubble wand. I kind of like the plastic bubble wand. It was originally metal, but I think I somehow switched it back by doing something. I don't even know what I did. Must have overwritten the files or something. This is chat's fault here. This, So, oh, cool. Well, the good news is Pop is going to get in the swing of things with mushroom too. She can have a little mushroom hat. I'm going to get a little mushroom wand for with little flowers on it, but It's very, very early along. But yeah, we'll get to that in a second. So, because chat demanded this one, and I put it in here because it's funny. The you've seen The Lion King, right? Where he holds up Simba, and you know, they like that circle of life thing or whatever. And then there's like the meme version where he picks it up and just throws Simba. I don't know if you've ever seen that GIF, but because of that, it is now possible to eat the baby turtle. Bye bye, baby turtle. You know what you did. No point. Just cause. You just need to eat the turtle. Exactly. Gotta put random humor in here. Hey Panther Kitty, how's it going? Oh, wow. Hello, hello. I understand the whole just going to sleep thing, right? Popping into a stream like, okay, I gotta go. Doing that a lot. Yeah, I do. I don't even sleep anymore. Ah, yes. Random stuff in games. I just want everything to be interactable. Well, okay, obviously the waterfall, you can jump through it, but it won't be very interactable. It means a waterfall. Well, maybe. I don't know if a way to make it go backwards or not. But yeah, the new insane effect is just the best. Like, it is just gibberish. And it goes away. Oh, nice. Rats on the emotes. And cool, you know? Fox is a great guy. He's definitely supported me so much, just sending me people here all the time. One of these days, I'm gonna be to rate him. One of these days. Like, unfortunately, it's gonna take a lot of time. Oh. Yep, this is the crazy Empress thingy. You can actually jump out here and use these too, for that matter. Make them grow really big, which is unfortunate because I guess I need to change that. You know, things are backwards on that one. Ah, the ads. The ads. Oh, I should have ran over to the library. Yeah, I should have ran to the library. My mistake. I actually had the key for it too. It's okay, I'll just jump to the library. Show off more mechanics. At number 3, wow. Boing, boing. Ad number 4, wow. I was just waiting until our ads ran out. And you're back. Well, welcome back. Which apparently loves you. And that give you a million ads straight away. Yeah, continuing the tour. These are the chess and checker pieces. They're going to be for way later, but I made them because they're funny. They have emoji faces, so they keep track of it. You know, they let you know their displeasure. They don't have any attacks yet, but I didn't make the checkers, so it's pretty funny. The because Twitch chat asked about it. I'm gonna make it so that the little checkers can jump on it and chop each other, make a king checker, but that's fair, Panther Gita. You know, I find if you're in like, you know, the US or Europe, you tend to get hit by ads a lot harder than anywhere else. Yeah. Oh, that's one way to do it. Can't afford subs? Yeah, I hear you on that one. Someone might start doing that, I don't know. I used to have a lot of money till all the health problems. After that, I lost a lot of money. Oh yeah, so you can pick these things up and use them to build bridges to things or to get up onto stuff. Or you can try and then fail. Probably, yeah. And then you can get up onto these and you can use like books to get to places and stuff like that. They're working on this area. This area needs a tremendous amount of work. Okay, I love that effect. You can also throw these blocks that are light sources. They slowly shrink over time, but if you want to stay safe from the madness. And of course, I think the last mechanic that's worth noting, besides the bouncy couch, boing, bouncy couch. Yeah, one of the characters her soul got stuck in the paintings instead, and so you can free her from these things and then use the paintings to travel to a painting world that connects all the things. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Samantha Katie. And you know, sleep well. Definitely. I don't know what sleep's like. I don't sleep anymore. But you can sleep for every one of us. Make up for those sleep hours that none of us are getting. Just saying. Do it for the team. Yes. Like the best team job I've ever heard. Your job is to get the sleep nobody else is getting. Okay. Thanks. Best job ever. So anyway, continuing the tour. Oh. This is Inca, the ghost girl in the paintings. This is the painting world. This is my Discord's favorite. Oh, I hear you on that one. I see what parents go through. I don't have any kids of my own. At least none they can prove. No, just kidding. Oh. We sent those to China. Those factories aren't going to work themselves. No. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Discord's favorite character. I should probably actually put the link to the Discord because, you know, I always remember to do that once I get to her. I'm like, oh yeah, Discord's favorite character. When I look for testers and everything like that, I'm just going to pull from the Discord, so. You love her to death, but she's still teething? It sounds rough. You know, thankfully they're cute when they're young, right? For yeah, pretty much Judy Bard. Dark humor jokes are the best jokes. I mean, I'm making a game about, you know, a bunch of women who were killed and their souls were put into dolls. We've already gone dark. Just saying. It involves insanity and things like that. I know what will happen to her? What will happen to her? Tell me these things. You can also break things too with them. Oh, maybe not that one. Oh, you're talking about my characters. Oh, Tinka? Yeah. Probably Poppet too. When she's actually in like good light, she looks great. But Tinka's definitely the hottie of the group by a large margin. But Poppet's not ugly. Granted, her hair's doing terrible things, but you know. I need to fix her dress too. Because her legs go through it. But yeah. I definitely expect there to be more than a few Rule 34s of Tinka. Someone made a bumper sticker of her. I was like, of all the things, can I make a bumper sticker? I'm like, go ahead. Like, by all means, I'm happy you want her on your bumper. She's just doing her thing. Yep. Watching. That's good. I am more than happy for there to be like infinite Rule 34 this, because you know what that means? It means the game's so popular that they made Rule 34 for it. I'm just saying. But I'll take the popularity. I mean, that was a joke in the Discord and amongst the game devs in general, was, you know, add as many waifus to your game as possible, so this way if your game doesn't do well, you can re-release it as an adult game to make money. It was always half in jest, by the way. Some people were like, you know, you're right. I'm like, yeah, kind of. Yeah, you can rescue some of the toys by throwing them into the painting world, and if you do, they open up little shops. This is my Amazon joke. This is Annie. Oh, you're just doing your little thing, huh? I need to fix the puzzle here. Of course, there's Rule 34 of FNAF and Undertale. Those games were like uber popular. Well, I mean, FNAF's the whole series. So, I mean, of course, so you knew that was coming. Another character I made. The battle arena is currently broken. I need to find another dialogue plugin since that one got broken and is no longer being updated, so it just kind of was like, okay, well, that sucks. He's sad. I will send him away. Bye-bye. You won't be able to throw him normally. I just have it. I didn't fix that little bug where you can throw him. So I will yeet him into the, you know, into the abyss. Gone forever, but not forgotten. Oh, yeah, I saw the movie. It wasn't too bad. It's because I saw all the lore for that Matt Pat did for it. Like, I've never even played a FNAF game, but I've seen the lore, so I guess that's a thing. I don't care about the airs right now. But you know, the movie was fine. I mean, it's just like a PG-13 horror movie, so we weren't expecting a whole lot out of a PG-13 horror movie. Other than to discover that Shaggy was the bad guy all along. I'm assuming Scooby-Doo had died off or something, and that's why he became a bad guy. Since he's old now. The same actor who played William Afton played Shaggy in the Scooby-Doo movie ages ago. Is that his name? Matthew Lillard? Sure. Like the other movies are rated? Oh, that'll be great. Oh, here's where the first boss is. Can you tell it's a boss room? Can you tell? Can you tell? Does it look like a boss room? This is my Forbidden Toys room. Kind of like the Dark Vault in Warehouse 13 or the Warren Museum, if you don't know about Warehouse 13. But yeah, I'm going to put all the well, bosses and other things in here too. Some of them are bosses. And one for Poppet too. For a super secret bad ending. You update with the Five Nights at Freddy's stuff? I was while Matt Pat was doing it, and ever since he stopped, I haven't really kept up with it for whatever reason. Probably because I don't have any time anymore. But the lore, yeah. That was part of the thing. Like, what made that channel charming was basically a lot of him. So, you know, when he went away, it wasn't the same to me. Oh, this thing's laggy, but you can, nice person in my Discord made this flying thing for me. Yep, the lore. Yep. Working keys and everything. Don't know what I'm doing with it yet. has the correct notes too, so. I don't know anything about music though, so I'm gonna have to try to figure out some sort of music puzzle or something. But still. This needed to be. Maybe I'll have a crazy area with lots of keyboards. And you'll fight on top, we'll fight the enemies, there'll be some musical fight. I don't know. No way out of this room though. It's not a room you can enter normally. But yeah. I guess some of the other areas that you can see. More of the Wonderland area. It was gonna be a safari thing, but there's so many mushrooms, it just turned into Wonderland. Oh, that's right. I guess we'll go over this here too. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to check it out again, and like I say, it's largely just a question of time. I kind of forgot about it. YouTube hasn't put it in the algorithm forever for me, and I just, yeah. See, I never got into food theory or film theory. I don't know, I just... Maybe it's because, well, I didn't really care about the food thing, but, so many movies now are so terrible, I kind of stopped watching most of them. So I kind of stopped caring about anything involved with them. Like, it's very rare I enjoy a movie now. TV shows sometimes, but games tend to have better stories these days, so I just care about the games, yeah. Wow. You're like a Uber fan. Yeah, the bridges act like secret platforming, because Poppet can fall through the things. Technically, you can use these center things kind of as a bit of safety. That's okay. Oh. Well, thanks, 2D Bird. You can help support the game by being on Twitch. I know the ads are kind of annoying, but at the same time... Well, thanks for the follow. I'm assuming that's you. Yep, thank you for the follow. I was like, it's either you or it's the chaos bot with the, you know, ridiculous timing that it does. Yeah, you know, Twitch pays me this small amount of money, and what's it going towards is to make the game even better so I can buy more assets for it. Doesn't pay me all that much, but I think at the end of I think I get like $2 to $3 a night. But listen, that's more assets for the game, which always makes me excited. Anyway, the Emperor lets you go into the water. Where I'm going to hide a bunch of worlds under it and everything like that. You'll get it later, and you'll come back to these areas to find things there. So this is why this area is not exactly well developed or anything. I'm just jumping through things now. Smosh is still a thing? Is it? I don't even know who Anthony Padilla is. I guess I just don't get out much. Oh, look! The insanity things also appear in the pictures. I didn't think about that, but it's true. It just takes a picture of what's happening behind you. That's awesome. That makes my night. Huh. Yeah, so the Sun Tarot creates a little sunlight here that protects you and you gain your sanity back, but you lose... You're still in it because, you know, you're not in the dark anymore. You can turn it off though, and it does kind of do a reverse, so... Kinda. Looks like it's still draining the curse though. Interesting. Well, I'm not giving it out till later anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's buggy. Okay. Show off other areas. Do a big tour. So many things going on. So many areas. Today I've learned all about Smosh.
which I thought didn't exist anymore. I don't even know what Smosh does anymore. What did Smosh even make? Oh yeah, the ship's great. Oh. A nice person in chat bought me the Humble Bundle that had all this stuff, so a pirate area got added. And half the fun of this is I get to play with perspectives. You see over here, there are tiny little models to play with the dolls and like that, but over here are where the humans go, so you can see this giant and then tiny, and then so you can have the real Alice in Wonderland feel. I picked up double jump. I don't remember what they did back in the day. Like, I don't remember much about Smosh. I mean, they know they existed, but I thought they went out of business or something, because, I don't know, did anyone care what they did anymore? I don't remember what they did in the first place. I can remember MatPat doing his thing over on Game Theory, but that's because he was Game Theory. But I don't remember what Smosh even did. Get my sanity back over here. I gotta make a lot more enemies. I only have like 4 or 5 enemies made, than like 2 bosses. Well, one's pretty glitchy. Yeah, there's gonna be a secret behind the waterfall. I would never do that to people. I love secrets. There are gonna be secrets everywhere. Also, apparently that water's gonna go all the edge. Good to know. Yep, I like to hide things in here. These things launch chickens. Well, that insanity effect is rough. Get the hermit. It also doesn't make you look down upon, it doesn't make everything dark anymore, so it's much easier to see things. Yeah, I like that. Oh my god, the ads are winning. Which is like, someone watches ads? Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to disable the pre-rolls. Multiple channels. Man. Oh, looks like everyone's back. I think. Seems so. One more ad. Just one more. And we're back. Nice. And just to cover more of the Wonderland areas, we have the Tomato Village. Pipes connecting things. There's going to be something underneath here too, but we haven't got to that yet. You're supposed to be asleep? Well, I mean, you know. I'm happy that you're hanging out. I understand if you need sleep though, but we like having people hang out here. Yeah. I don't sleep either, so it's fine, I understand. Just to cover the last thing here, I will increase the size of this nav mesh. And this basically completes most of the tour, other than me talking about various changes I plan on making, or like future areas. I guess technically I haven't shown off the lab yet, but... Oh, so let's redo this, so it's 300. With Fox lurking. Yeah. I just lurk in lots of channels at the same time. They're also moving. Why are you moving? Hopefully you're moving somewhere better. And that's the hope always. Not because you have to, just because you want to. All right. I will get the upgrade to the Fool. Oh. But you gotta finish tomorrow. Oh. You have lots of time. You can sit and watch forever, right? No problem. So, the main mechanic of this one is she summons a voodoo doll of you. And the voodoo doll of you will take damage if it's hit. Because it's a voodoo doll of, well, you. You can protect her if you want, but you can't do anything else with protecting her, so. You can't lurk because mobile. Oh, financial ruin. That's not a good reason to move. You're supposed to be like, you know, rich and moving to a nice place. Clearly doing this wrong. Mistakes were made. Just be rich, smile. Right? Right. Yeah. If only I was rich too. I'm not. Oh my god, she launched me out of the thing? Oh my, she has never successfully done that. Huh. Alright, well, we'll try this again. I didn't even know she could do it, but I guess if you're in the air and the launch is just the right time. Huh. I guess I gotta raise the height of the fence. Oh, that's not too bad then. You get to inherit the house. That's... I mean, you know. There are worse things than inheriting a house, you know? Like, not inheriting a house. Apparently I missed somehow. If you time it just right, you don't take any damage from that. Yeah. We are all in need of financial support. We are indeed. Curse you and your oversized weapon. That's the secret. You just get gifted subs like on Twitch and you'll never ever have to, you know, view another ad again. Just infinite gifted subs. Yes. So the super move for the Fool is that it grows huge. I might change what it says when it's huge. They beat me up with her weapon. The weapon's like active all the time, so you can accidentally hit it. And I gotta make more emotes for this. I haven't like I have all this art I make, but the problem is none of it looks good small. So I need to figure out a way to make good emojis because they're like, oh, it's gotta be like what 112 by 112 or something, and all my stuff's super detailed, so it's like I can make these really cool renders, but my models and everything, and it just, you can't see it, any of the details, so it's terrible. It is the suck. That's the real secret, just get the best emojis ever, and then everyone subs to your channel just for the emojis, and you never have to stream again, you just literally do that. The perfect world. Trying to get to the third mode so you can see the third phase. I can fly! You send me a website tomorrow? That'd be awesome. I can resize the things, that's not the problem. The problem is the graphics are too good for the tiny things, so you can't really see what's going on. The best emojis are the ones where you can actually really see what's going on, and all my characters are just so detailed. They don't look good if, you know, like below a certain size. So I need to probably cartoonify them or something. Oh yeah, in the final mode there, she summons an invincible force field and like 5 enemies that protect her, as long as those enemies out the force fields exist, and then she starts rotating the battlefield too to mess with you even more. So you have a hard time moving in a certain direction. Alright. Well, when I wake up, After streaming, I'll remind you. Yeah, me and I'll end up streaming somewhere until like 8 in the morning or something, and then you have to get up by 2, go do work things, come home, eat something, like sleep for an hour or two, and then go right back to streaming. My life now. Of course, I've mostly done the tour tonight. I haven't really done anything else useful besides the tour. Giant size. I need to put a cost on this too. I'm back in fight. Too far away. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I've sorted emojis in there, and the problem is they looked really good big, but when I made them small, they were not good. Oh, no, I like showing the tour. Nothing wrong with that. I'm always happy to show the tour. If the tour gets longer and longer, I might need to start breaking the tour up. I'm seeing how long the tour is, and it's like, hey, wait a minute. Because I'll show the tour a few times a night sometimes, so... Oops. Oh. Thanks for dropping by, Panther Kitty. For the website and hanging out and all that. Oh. Get some sleep. Good luck with the move. Get the sleep none of us do. And, you know. I'll see you the next time Fox raids, or if you just want to buy. I'm here a lot. That new insanity effect. Sometimes I forget it exists, and then it's there again. You gotta kill these guys in order to break the shield. I haven't made special minions for it yet. As you can see, because it's rotating, it can actually be hard to get away, to actually catch them. It also rotates the lights away from you too, so if you're not careful you can... Well, I guess you're rotating the force. If you stop moving, you stay with the light. And that's all of them. Super mode. Gotta wail on her while you can. Which take a bunch of damage too, so you don't have to do this more than a few times to beat her. That's weird. I might change the minions. These little voodoo dolls are not very fun in this kind of a thing. Like they're kind of obnoxious and hard to keep track of. Yeah, I think this fight's like at about 40 or 50% where I want it to be. It needs some work. Obviously, it's too easy for them to escape you, or for you to escape her. I might make it only 4 minions. Of course, the reason it's 5 is because it's a pentagram. I don't know. Also, like, there's so much balancing. That's the thing. Like, there's so many mechanics already in the game in areas, but just balancing the content is in itself going to take forever. Gonna need testers for that. I can already see where this is going. Plus, the voodoo doll doesn't play out very well in this final phase at all, so I don't even know what to do about that. Like, it's almost like she doesn't even matter. I don't like that very much. Did I break her shield without paying attention? No, I did, huh? Dumb. Since I don't have a cost on the super mode, I kind of should just be abusing it to win the fight faster. Oh, I forgot. I made them so they actually have some drops now. I'll have to make a minion that you can't farm for this fight, or maybe one that you can, where you can just farm for goodies if you want to sit there and keep fighting long enough. That's fine. I don't mind that. You really want to farm. So I kind of didn't want grinding to be a thing in this game. Because I don't find grinding very fun either, but... I should random which direction she rotates things. Where you at? There she is. Uh-oh. Almost dead. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I definitely think rotating it the other direction is a possibility thing. The actual pentagram flashing is because she's summoning things. But it doesn't really flash it very well so far. Uh-oh. That new insanity effect. At least you know things are going wrong. Like, it does. The other one just used to make the screen get darker and darker, which is boring. This one, you will not miss it. Well, the other one made it really hard to find the lights and everything, so that's why it was kind of crappy. You get them all yet? I did. Big hammer. Can't dodge this. Yeah, her death focus is broken, so... I'll hit her anyway. Or not. Broken pose. Broken. Don't know why it's broken. Just one day it was. And this will eventually stop turning. I love when they get punted. Yeah, but afterwards you're supposed to open up one of the thingies and rescue one of the toys from there and end the story. I guess why would I have them light up independently? Like, for what purpose? I mean, it's conceivably possible. It'll take a lot of work to make that happen because it's one giant image and it's I'm just changing the material on the one image. But I don't know why I would light up a particular one of them. Maybe if I lit up like a weird end of it or something, I don't know. That's fair. I mean, I like suggestions. Things do end up in the game, you know, the chat suggests and everything like that. It's not like nothing ever does. Here. It's just, oh, ads. Fair enough. Oof. All right, so we're working on... All right, welcome back. But yeah, you kind of got a lot of the tour. I mean, I didn't really go through this room or anything like that, or much of this room, or the pipe maze, actually the toy maze. I kind of went through most of the other rooms. I need to work on this room and the other room. I don't really have much for them. There was going to be a dining room and a kitchen. I might change that. The washroom's not really in there. There's a bounty bed. It's important. I'll jump on it for no reason. I just have this, game design theory that I'm gonna, make it where there's just fun things for you to do that aren't even related to the game. It's just because the world's just interactable. So it's a bounty bed. Important. Boing. Boing. I'll probably reduce the bounce, but it's pretty funny. The pillows don't quite move with it if it's you bounce those. That kind of sucks. It does this way though. Boing. Yeah. This room's not going to be in the demo anyway. I don't even know why I'm making it. I know I'm doing it quite... Well, actually I have an idea, but... I'm trying to make the room seem like they're designed for humans for the most part, with the exception of like there'll be little special toy areas, where you're supposed to play with the toys. I might change this room up to something else. I don't know if I really want a dining room. There was originally going to be a boss here in the dining room, but it's too soon after the other boss. It's like 3 rooms after the other boss, and then it's only like 3 or 4 rooms till this boss. So like, it was too many bosses. So I was like, okay, well, let me just cut that out. And yeah, running the tour took like about an hour. So as you can see, the demo might not need to be as long as I think it is. Kinda. Oh. And of course I have a lab too. Yes. Yes, the lab. Yes. I made just about everything in here. Just about. My Tesla coils. Well, this is the ghost girl. Her head rotates around. I don't know where she's going. Where are you going? Just moving somewhere? You're shy? Is that what you're doing? You're just shy? Yeah, I made her. I haven't really made her look ghostly yet or given her any kind of cool animations yet, but we're working on it. Yep, I have my vats of goo. Important. I got pumps. I'm still building a heart that pumps too, but I haven't got there yet. Got my steampunk flock over there too, also important. This was originally going to be the starting room, but then I changed it. Also, this button's dumb and needs to be fixed. I started it and forgot all about it. Yep. I'm gonna count the game time. Very, very important. Guess the number's a little off there on where it sits, but that's okay. He's a little creepy watching you. Yeah, you get an idea of size there. She's a 14-year-old girl, and this is how tall you are by comparison. You're not even really up to her knee, so you're pretty small. I think that's basically everything for the most part, as it stands. Most of the game. All right. So I was deciding that the Empress might actually act like a Bomberman type of thing, where because the Empress grows plants, I was going to have it like shoot out little plants, and then the plants would slowly grow up, and like however long it takes. And once they grew up, they would do their effect. And one of them would be like, some sort of like a gas one or something like that, like a poison gas or something. I don't know, some sort of thing that acts as an attack. And then another one that grows up and acts as a healing thing, but make it where anybody can get to things. So like, you can be hurt by the explosive things, and you can also, your enemies can be healed by the healing thing. So the longer they sit out there, the more valuable they are. Make for an interesting weapon, and it still grows and shrinks plants, but this will just be its other ability. And that's what I'm thinking. It might be cool. It might be terrible too. We'll find out. Let's open up Poppet here. Because a lot of the weapons so far, or actually a lot of the tarot cards, they don't do as much as I want them to yet. Like, they're fine, but they need some work. Good news is I already had kind of a weird cupcake launching attack that the Fool had that I don't really want it to have. I didn't like it. I don't want the Fool to be I want it to be a melee weapon. I don't want it to be a ranged weapon in any way, shape, or form. I already think there's enough ranged weapons. Some have certain melee weapons and ones that aren't. So this Fool projectile thing is probably not going to be. We go down to the Empress. I get a custom event for this. And this is going to be the Empress attack. Yes, the Empress attack and then the Empress heal. Middle ones there. And then equip weapon here. The equip weapon name we want is the Empress. So when you click the button, if it's not currently equipped, it will be. Right? So I have to decide when I'm going to give out all these abilities for these things. That's the thing that needs to be decided very importantly because, you know, oh, this is part of the Empress. If I give them all at the same time, it might be confusing for the player. I guess I could do the interaction check and still have that as like a left mouse button ability. Right? So if this fails on this thing here, so it's yeah. So if the line trace by channel fails, I'll let it do the attack. And this way I can just have it, you know, left mouse will activate things. If you're not swinging, I mean, that'd be weird. Left mouse, you know, or I guess it'll be, or whatever the action key is. So. Pretty certain A was jump, so X would probably be the left mouse button, and then B would be the right mouse button. And then Y would be the middle mouse button. So that's the 4 keys in the front of a controller. Gotta play my controls based upon, you know, how you play with a controller as well as a keyboard and mouse. And yeah. We're working on it. So I like the Empress attack there, would be how I do it. I think that would work. Yeah, if it's active, it checks see if it is. And then there's no cost on it. Maybe I don't do it that way. Maybe I'll make it the middle mouse button. Yeah, I'll just do that. All right. Little mouse. Or it should just be grow plant. Grow plant. And then either way, it's going to make an attack, but the attack is going to cast a spell basically. And then the projectile itself is going to handle everything. So we'll just do this shenanigan stuff there. I want to make certain it equips the Empress weapon. And then the Empress axe projectile. Hey Lipus, how's it going? Oh, okay. No video at work. Jeez. Work's cheaping out on you. Can't watch me, while you're at work anymore. The struggle is real. Nah, hopefully your net gets better there. Okay, so we do this. All right, this will make a lot of sense in a moment. Yeah. Basically, I do a lot of copy pasting because Make an Attack already has everything handled on how to do stuff. And so I'm just going to pretty much just steal a bunch of things out of stuff so I don't gotta do it again. You know? Oh wait, I have to just copy paste out of there because it's a macro. I don't need that anymore. Making attacks way over there. I'm gonna go ahead and close up half this crap. Alright, so make an attack. I'll put it down here. So you'll go through the attack types here, and it's looking through this list here for which one to do. And so I'm just going to do that. Grab the ones from here with their names. Copy paste it so I can't possibly mess up the name. Important. Oops. We'll call it the healing projectile. Heal projectile sounds weird, like you're trying to heal a projectile, which makes no sense. 0 out of 10, do not like. I can't decide if she's going to drop it like it's Bomberman or if she's going to throw it. But I definitely had inspiration with Bomberman on this one. Okay, and I'm going to clone the projectile and the other thing there and just alter some things so they work differently. Or maybe I'll make a custom one. But I'm pretty certain it's just going to be clone, change some stuff, and move on. Yeah, this is the cupcake projectile here. The Empress. There. I guess I really like projectile like this, huh? Back. Alright. I might not be able to clone projectile parent on this one. One second. Ooh, stretch a bit there. I think I have a standing desk. I would have a lot of problem just sitting all night. I'd be very unhappy. Be like, so sad. Alright, this is a catastrophe in how I coded it. That it is very disorganized. You can definitely tell it's in my earlier coding. And things have changed since then. Oh, I see other actor there. I did it like that for reasons. Sure. Kind of clean it some, but it's still a mess. Ain't gotta be though. I'm getting the display name. Oh yeah, so it can't be itself. And it can't be the owner of projectile. Oh, it's running ads. Well, I'll be right back then since it's running ads. Take a quick bio break. Let me ride back. I will leave it on a screen like this. Got my water? Yeah, Emiliano Avila, can't talk now. Oh yeah, I'm on. I just there was a bit of an ad break, so right over to that. Hey Cindy Spirit, how's it going? I was like, oh look, I got like a minute and a half ad break. We'll get some water. Do the usual thingies. Yes, yes. But I have returned. Rejoicing may now commence. You may rejoice. You may rejoice. Right. Get that hole in. I just. How's your night going, Cinderspear? Let's rejoice. Yes. My peoples, I have arrived. Rejoicing is now a thing you may do. Yes. Oh yeah, you know, you gotta take a break sometimes, you know, mostly because app breaks and, well, the water doesn't end up in the cup, you know, magically. I wish it did. I kind of wonder where the water came from if it did, though. This is water from the void. It is free and available as often as you wish to drink it. Do you drink the water from the void? Do I drink the water from the void? What happens if you drink the water from the void? It's just some extra planar being just taking a piss right into your cup. And you're just like, oh. Oh my god, all this time. This book. I've made books. Yes. This is a Mega Man capsule. There you go. The infinite water makes you mad. See, perfect. This is my very own Harry Potter. If, you know, it was Cthulhu who was instead, you know, pissing in your cup. Yes. It's like a little capsule for Mega Man. You jump in there and Poppet gets new shoes. I wish that was how it worked. I haven't figured out how to really make the things work too well for that, but apparently I can't jump on this now. Really? I guess I did turn something a little different on me. Make a quick change. I was going to make a Empress projectiles, but did we not open this up? On the construction set here, I am setting the button to not have collision. If, wait, button should have collision. As control panel is checked, right? Sure. Otherwise it vanishes. Okay. Means the button should have collision. But it didn't. That makes 0 sense. 0 sense indeed. Yes. I'm gonna make the Empress into Bomberman. That's what the tarot card will do, except it'll make plants, and the plants will do things. Yeah, for some reason, it's like the collision on this is reversed. Yeah, the whole thing just has net collision. So when I click this here, sadly this won't both fit on the screen. Well, the way UE does it is that each individual thing on here has its own collision. Well, some things can't have collision, but you know, things like cylinders and stuff can. And I, you know, have the collision set on, And if I ditch this thing here entirely, where I just make it where it's always visible, it'll work fine. But I wanted them all to have control panels, but I didn't really want to necessarily use all the control panels on all of them, so I was changing it up a bit. But as you can see, oh, now that's bizarre. That makes little sense. Am I changing the collision somewhere around here? No. And the default collision is, in fact, actually, the default's overlap all dynamic. Never mind. It's on block, so that's fine. Panel should block. Okay. So why does it not do this? Only button activated. It's the only thing that's making the change is that. Huh. Working last night. I mean, unless there's no collision on these entirely, somehow. But it's a cylinder. And the cylinder has collision. I didn't get rid of it. So it's not my code that's broken, it's something else that's broken. Well, it's just not this, the little code down here that's broken that I'm looking at here. Yeah, you make your own collision for things too, so you know you can give it a collision. That is weird. Is there no collision on this too? No. Because of the scene has some bizarre issue? No. That's bizarre. Huh. All I'm doing is setting these here. This is actually setting it to enable collision. All right, well. Oh, just delay. I don't know why delay tick is what I flicked. That's weird. Every second, go ahead and just tell me a thing here. String. All right, so tell me your story. Get collision enabled. Just tell me. Let me know what you're saying here. I'll make sure that it's actually reporting that it is in fact. It doesn't have the collision working. Because, you know, if it reports that the collision is working, no collision. Okay, so it is literally changing it somewhere. All right, let's get all the references to this box here. Find references. I didn't really want all, but sure. I didn't want all because I was going to go through like 9 million other thingies, and I don't want that. I just want the ones on here. Hitbox. So I just did. Instruction script, sure. Collision there. It says no collision on this one, but not even plugged in. All right, well. I don't know where you're losing your collision at, but let's say I do this. Ken has collision now? That's so bizarre. Shouldn't be how it works at all. Because I can't find anything that's actually changing the collision. It doesn't have any like, functions calling it or anything like that. It's just literally that. But now I should. Yeah, there you go. What happened to you? And this worked yesterday. I didn't add anything to the project, so I didn't overwrite any files that I know of. Huh. I guess so. I mean, I guess. I'll come back to it. For now, I can do whatever it was doing. I don't understand what I did to it, but... yeah, you know, that's fine. We'll get to it. Yep. But did you see the, what a wonderful person in my Discord made for me? I was speaking with it yesterday to get it to play better with the game, but it's very cool. Yep. Black keys work too. They're a little harder to... oh, I'm caught on this gear there. Try not to jump off because it's so tiny. Black keys work too. They're a little small though, so I might need to somehow enlarge them. Well, I know how to enlarge them. But... so, I gotta have some kind of mini game now with the piano. Doing its thing. Second. It's very exciting though. So, I also need to make the pedals do something. Like, they do down here, but they just have a note attached to them still. Because I borrowed the same code to make those things. Yes. Don't know what I'm doing with it yet though, so it's in the room that cannot be gotten into. The most important room, the room that cannot be, yes. I'm gonna disable this, all this crap because I don't want to see it. It's so weird. There's so many questions about this thing. Oh well, don't care. Don't care. We'll come back to you. Must have copy pasted something from a different thing that has some weird something going on with it. Alright. Oh yeah, have you seen clavichord? What is a clavichord? I don't even understand these things. Oh my god, what is a clavichord? He recorded all the sounds for me, so. Oh. Like old time piano? Yeah, he made all the notes for it. I actually know so little about music. Oh, welcome back, Lepus. I love the moral support. I'm feeling it. Thank you, thank you. Oh. Oh, maybe. I'll have to look into potentially doing that. I mean, I know you can mess with some things, like in the sound cues and stuff. But I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, I changed the insanity effect. It's no longer just things getting dark. It starts at around, I think, 60% sanity. Oh, wait a second. Then I'll get back to working on the Empress. I have ideas. We're gonna play Bomberman. Except for with, you know, explosive plants. Yep, now you can see in game. And they'll all slowly fade away if you get enough sanity. They will come back and they will follow you. Yeah. Way better than things getting dark. This is a much better update. You can now see in my game. I need to make gibberish for it. And the longer you don't get back to a decent amount of sanity, the worse it'll get. So they get everywhere. Yes. We're all mad here now. Oh, yes. Yep, that's my new favorite thing. So we got good things going on here. I was trying to adapt the Empress to be a Bomberman here, but the problem is I didn't really make these with the intention of, well, wait. They have like a lifetime for the projectiles. And a projectile destroyed. It's possible I just spawn a regular thing though and have its own separate little subtree thing of what they do and not be a projectile. Kind of want to fold everything into the same projectile thing. So I don't have to get crazy with making additional stuff. So I made this so long ago. This is only if it collides with something. Which is probably fine. If it collides with something... I split it into both enemy and regular projectiles. But my plan for this is to make a plant that spawns, you know, basically a projectile that spawns a plant that grows up and then emits some kind of like, you know, poison or something like that out of it that hurts anybody, including you. You know, that's why it's the Bomberman thing, right? You know, you get hurt by your own stuff. And then one that also grows up can heal things. However, it heals anything, you or enemies. Which means I probably just need a completely separate tree for this here. I can probably fold it into the same thing pretty easy. We'll just start with this here. So, you could do a projectile has tag. Instead of having a million of these things here. I won't do that. I'm just gonna leave it as is. So, um, no, I'm gonna put all the logic in the Empress stuff. The logic on this is just so far off what I want it to do. I'm just sitting there trying to figure out how I was gonna make it do anything, and I don't think it needs to do that at all. Actually, I could just do this and unparent it. There's no point though in doing that. I can just delete it and make a new one. There. It died. Its shoes were taken. Rest in peace, Unreal Engine. It has Le broken. Le broken. So. Yeah. I think I'm going to give like the Empress kind of like a little, well, I gave her a little mushroom wand and a mushroom hat cap now to run around with. And I'm just going to have her cast spells with it and try to summon things. I mean, it'll probably just, I'm probably just going to spawn a thing at the location and not make it anything special. Just do that. And then all the logic is handled by each of the projectiles. Be the best guess on how it goes. All right, so I don't need this one here. All right. I almost want to put the projectiles with the weapons. Just everything involved with that, just like the Fool has its own, you know, these things here. I just make these their own thing. Empress back plant. It'll play a noise when it shows up there. I don't think it needs words like that, but what I'm going to do is add static mesh. Right. Oh, let's just grab a flower or something for it. What do I even have that can act as a attack plant? You're about to find out. Come to me, attack plant. If I had a Venus flytrap, I would be so excited right about now. Regrettably, I do not. But if I did, I could just make it a flower that just glows and does something. It could also just explode. It could just be literally a Bomberman. I might put a temporary version like that where it just explodes and then replace it later on. Because I might come across a Venus flytrap or something else that can actually act as a minion. Well, actually, I was going to use these for enemies though. But I do have Thunder Daz, right? I have Mr. Mushroom. Dun dun dun. How excited are you by Mr. Mushroom? I'm just saying. Mm. Mm. So I could have him spit things. Plants versus toys. Oh. Fires lasers. Very sweet. Ah. Oh god, it's terrifying. Very expressive face. So I could use those for Poppet. I also have the Mrs. version too. Pretty much the Miss Pac-Man treatment though. You can tell it's a Mrs. because it's got makeup and a bow. They would be kind of cool if that's what I use though. They just summon these little mushrooms to fight for you. Well, I don't know if they'd fight for you so much as they're just stationary and then they use an ability. I don't really want them to fire projectiles or anything like that, just because I don't want to deal with them having to track enemy things and the logic behind that. I guess, I mean, it's not that much logic, but... I want it to be like Bomberman, not a summoner. Yeah, it does. So true. It has so many. Sad. Kristen Stewart's acting makes her sad. But she's disgruntled for being compared to Kristen Stewart, even if it is favorably. Winky. Oh, almost like the same. Worried. Or should I wink? Oh. Hello there, big boy. I kind of want to use these as enemies, though, for the Wonderland area. I don't have a lot of good enemies for the Wonderland area, so I really don't know if I want to waste something like this when you won't even really see them. But I guess they could grow up and get big and then, you know, smile, which would be pretty funny. But I get the feeling I could literally just use a mushroom and it would probably play out exactly the same way, and I should save those for something where it'll actually be a little more impactful as an enemy. Because I have a lot of mushrooms. Yes, I do. Yes, I do indeed. So... Halloween mushroom? Okay, that thing looks like it explodes. Tell me this mushroom does not look like it explodes. Seriously. Alright, we have their bomb for our Bomberman here. Perfect. This is very much like it explodes. 100%. Yeah. That thing is just waiting to go pop. And, you know, you're hoping you're not near it when it does. Seriously. Oh, I guess I should have, not clicked that button here. Perfect. So let's go back to this. What we're going to do is we're going to start it small. Actually, how big is it right now? I need to know this because we got to scale this, so what's going out here? That's a reasonable size, right? Because it's like that's like Poppet size. Yeah, so it's Poppet size. It's your fault that it broke. Your fault. No, it has a short lifetime on it. Okay. We like this. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yep. Let's set it to 0.1, so it's tiny. And I don't need a squeaky noise, but I'm going to leave a noise there because eventually I'm going to want a noise. I don't know what it's going to be, but something. I actually don't even know why I copied this particular thing here. It doesn't need to be like done like this, but that's okay. Should have copied the insanity text. Because I already have it set where it's just, like a do end loop, right? Getting do end to show up can be really challenging. You can't just type do end very easily. All right, so custom event, row plant. Seems fine. Do end counter. Well, it's less than the do end counter. Branch. All right, and this is just when it ends, so it's less than that. Oh, never mind, this is actually where it just goes. And it loops around, so if it's less than that, we're gonna loop it back around, but first we're gonna change the size. Oh, we need a timeline. Oh, it looks good. How long do we want this to take? I mean, it's probably going to be more like, we'll say half a second each time. Look, try it. I swear it should just default to having the 2 point thingies exactly as I'm about to put them. Because you almost always just set it from 0 to 1. It's just kind of what you do with these things. Pretty much every single one I ever make. Alright, so if it's true, play from start. And when it's finished, it's going to go all the way back around to the reset. Like so. Honestly, it's probably going to go underneath because it looks better that way. Sure. Make it nicer. All right, so I need alert transform. That relative scale 3D for the static thing like that. Split and split. And the update's going to go here. I'm just going to break this. I don't care about event gameplay on this. That's wrong. I do care about it. I just want to grow plant. I also want to grab this for no reason. Grow plant. Sure. So this will have a delay of half a second, so I don't need to introduce any other delays. What we need to do is why is this? Oh, that's weird. I just want this on here. I don't need 2 of them. Okay. So we'll do this. Let's get the get Relative scale 3D. It's type. Here to scale the whole actor. Why to scale the whole actor? Look at that. Right better. Well, if we do the whole actor, then it'll also scale the explosive range on it. That's probably better anyway. So good. Actor scale 3D is fine. We'll start with that. Add. Point one. Point one. Point one. Set that as the new scale. When it's finished, it loops back around. If false, we can be like that's an event. Are we checking for proximity? Maybe we are. For now, it'll just blow up. Why not? Spawn. Actually, I don't need to spawn a product location. I could just literally put it on here. Spawning location is better. Automate location. Sure. Delay this a bit. Hit the chat like a weirdo. Perfect. So I'll do this, delay this for a little bit. Set the visibility of this to not visible. I don't know if this is even going to have collision. I guess it could. Sure. A weird problem we saw earlier. Normally it works, but 5.5 has had a lot of bizarre little errors in it. Like a lot of them. Oh. Also. Play sound at location. It's gotta be an easy I can't set down egg. Explosion. Perfect. I can make it, not like that, but that's for the line here. All right, so Go back to Poppet here real fast. She just needs to spawn them. That's all that matters. I'll make it more complicated later, but first off, just make it work. And then make it better. Just knowing that. So, over the Empress attack, we go to her system graph here. Oh. This will just spawn a projectile. Here. We'll make them cost 0 for the moment, I don't care. I'm sure this will work 100% on the first try. It'll be flawless. The code will be perfect. There will be no issues anywhere. Everything will be amazing. So not going to work the first try. It's going to go boom, and that'll be the. Well, actually, I kind of want it to explode, so that's important. I do want it to explode. Sure. One last thing that needs to happen on the system graph. I got to add this to the buttons here for the left mouse button. I'll move grow plant to like the middle mouse button. You know, because it's like the most obnoxious one to hit, and thus the one you want to use the least. Let's see if all this works. Well, it does spawn it. It's not growing, though. It did grow. It just stops growing. Okay, well, we're getting there. Oh. When this is false. Spray mushroom. Well, they don't explode. Am I missing up the do end thingy? Let me look at it real fast. The logic behind it. I have it somewhere else as a thing. So let's find it. It's a collectible. Actually, the destroyables use it. And the best thing you can ever do is copy paste your code like a champion. As you know, only fools redo their code from scratch. This is the wrong one, actually. Is it? Yeah, the do end thingy. Exit, delay.
Paul sends it, sure. Doesn't look like I did it wrong. It sure grows pretty fast, doesn't it? I'm going to insert a delay here, but don't need this. Light delay. Maybe 1 second, just because I want to see it do its thing. Let's get some print strings in here. I think this will be a cool effect when it's done. It will take a moment though. Because it's, ticking away to, explode. We're going to make it red. This is important. I don't know why, but it's important. This one will be black though. Because it is the end of all things. As the largest mushroom ever goes and kills everybody. The end. Grow true. Grow true, my Russian mushroom. Grow true. Grow false. This information here, and I also want what the actor scale 3D is. I did this on a thing. I checked out find my code from the other one I was doing. Poppet has them because they're related entirely to her. All right. Oh wait, I need this here. I need to just default root this, so target self, perfect. I'm gonna print this up so I can see what's going on here. Actually, maybe I don't want to print that one up. Just adding one, we'll see. We'll pick like ink or something for it. Just give me a better idea of what's going on. False information. Definitely grew. But it didn't loop around.
Oh, it's because I'm dumb. It has to go to enter. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm not used to using the do ends yet. I'm working on it. But they are the better loop because they work just on average better, I think, than the for loops. Well, the for loops are good if you have an array, and that's about the only time they're good. Beer, beer, beer. Oh god, it's over 9,000. The end of days has come. Well, that was depressingly small. But for one brief moment, I thought the end of days had come. That's just because we didn't do this. We'll make the explosion scale with it. Ooh, it's so big. Obviously, gonna scale this down. Well, the explosion was bigger, but still depressing. Okay, well, I thought shrinking that would make a big difference. I think it just needs to be this, so it grows to like normal size. Like that. Wait for it, wait for it. They almost do what I want to do. Almost. I guess they could just be floaty mushrooms that grow larger. They don't gotta be on the ground. I like explosions, don't mind me. Okay. Let's tweak with the timing on this here. We know it works now. Problem resolved. That means every 10 seconds they would explode, which makes them... They would need to have like a lot of damage to make it from them exploding kind of slowly like that. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Plus 2 minions. Ooh. The Discord had new people. You can have minion status now. It gets us up to 50 people in the Discord. Jeez. He's doing good. Doing good. Now it's just awesome. People are super excited. Plus I have more people to chat with. Not that I have a lot of time to chat there. Maybe eventually I'll have more. It seems too slow. Right? It's like twice as fast as the previous one. This weapon will have a cost, so you won't just be able to spam this crap. But we're not adding a cost yet. Because I want to spam this crap. Yeah. Okay, so let's get anything going on here. You like the pattern on the floor, the carpet? That's fair. I mean, you know, who doesn't like carpet? Very exciting. Of course, this carpet is not perfect. It knows what it did. It should actually be 10 and 10. There you go. Since they're brushes, you can adjust the these. So I gotta move these down because they're actually kind of floating. Or I can move this floor up. Maybe I can move the floor up. There's no reason it says I can't. Everything else is fine. I just move the floor up. I need to move the house and everything up a bit. Perfect. I know I kept these here because I don't really plan on changing them at all, but maybe I do. This is my project area. Exactly, yeah. I want it to be more of a welcoming place, you know? I think I spruced the place up a bit. You don't like checkerboards? Oh. I have a checkerboard area, and the whole purpose of it is so that the chess and checkers can fight. Because they worship it like it's their god. Which is very exciting. It's the lore. Lore. Granted, you don't get to it till way later. But still. It's important. I do want every room to kind of be somewhat different, or each area to be somewhat different. Rooms are pretty different too, though. Also, how's your day going? As you have swung by, the party can continue. Oh, there's still a navigation here? Yeah, whatever. don't really need to build navigation. I don't really care. We ain't fighting. Oh, nice. Imagine working. Who does that? Oh, have you seen the crazy effect now? The new crazy effect? I don't know, I'm looking over at chat. I should be looking at the camera, but the better crazy effect. Yeah. Yeah. We'll get away from the lights. Starts at around 60%. We're waiting. We're waiting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You can see they start to go everywhere. God help you if you backtrack through that. Yes. Now you will know you are going crazy. I have to come up with various things to say. I just put weird stuff in there. Also, there's a water effect there, but yes. And if you don't get your sanity completely back, they just... I guess I got too much of it back. How unfortunate. Yep. The new insanity is much better. Just look at all of them. So many. Oh yeah, I put it there as a fun joke. I'm gonna change them all to things that are like, you know, fit the world, but I was just like, I need some dumb things to say, so I definitely put the Backcountry thing in there as a joke. And things like Eat It Joe's and just dumb things make no sense. I was gonna like a bunch of, you know, oh, come with a bunch of insane things to add in there, but then I kind of forgot. That's true. I can find a few more nonsense things to add to it. I can literally just add to the collection of things. It's like I don't have to do anything. It's just an array. I think I already opened the insanity thing, didn't I? I did. Yeah, it's just an array here, so I can just do whatever I want. Things don't make any sense. A fly is omnipresent, much like candy. Things make no sense. Perfect. There's like a nonsense generator, and I was like, oh my god, a nonsense generator? Holy crap. All these squares make a circle. Oh, okay. I will put that one in there too. I remember that now. Add. Yeah, see, so we're just, those random from these all the time there. I'm going to put things in there like, she's being talked to by various voices and things to make it more fitting for it, but, it's exciting. And so much better than it just getting dark. It was doing before. It's just like, oh, cool, it gets dark. Now you can't see the game. Now you can see the game. And see the madness. It's everything I ever wanted. It's actually an idea I had for the old RPG Maker game I had for like End of Remember Tomorrow, which had a insanity thing in there, but I changed a lot. That whole game was a mess. It had lots of mechanic ideas. I was like, I remember this concept, only it was way stupider than that. It's just hard to see in that. So we do this here. Custom event. Yeah. I mean, it's supposed to show them going insane, so it's supposed to be annoying. But it doesn't make it impossible to play like the Darkness did, where you're like, just run for the light. I think it's over there. Exactly. The crazy should be a thing. We'll see how much I may tone it down some. I don't know. We'll see how it pans out. But it was so fun. I'm just like, this is awesome. I love it. Inappropriately. Oh my. So, this here. Mushroom armed. Yeah. Actually, no, I don't need a custom move for that. Delete this. Let's add a just a sphere collision. I don't know why they don't call it a sphere collision. They call it a sphere, but that's stupid because there's already a sphere. So it's kind of confusing. So anyway, on component to begin over that. Instead of doing this here, destroy mushroom, we're gonna make a variable, and the variable is going to be mushroom armed. Yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah, I don't really scare things like that. I actually think horror movies are hilarious. I find the best way, if you really want to instill fear in someone, is don't reveal whatever the evil thing is. Keep it in the dark as long as possible. Because once they see it, it's nowhere near as scary as what they imagine it'll be. And I like to use an example of like, I think it was like in The Nun 2. Because it was so stupid. Because they revealed the Nun so fast that it wasn't very good. But there was one scene in it. One scene in the thing that was actually good. And that's when the boy, follows this. He accidentally knocks his ball down the stairs into the basement area. Okay. And, he's at the bottom of the stairs. It's all light there. But there's a door that is completely dark. It's open, but the inside there is completely dark. And he kicks the ball, and he accidentally kicks the ball in there. And then something kicks the ball back. Now, see, that's a good moment. That's one of those more chilling moments because you don't know what it is. But when you see the Nun, it's like stupid. So the only good point of that whole movie was like this one scene. And it really showed the example of don't show your killer until you have to. Otherwise, it's more comedic and campy and not particularly, it doesn't have the chills. Is that when we're at the stairs? Yeah, there you go. Again, the fear of the unknown is so much stronger than the fear of the known. So if you're going to make a horror thing, You want to make things like, I think your best way to do it is you're going through and things change. Like you things that you would expect to be a certain way don't behave that way, but they do it not necessarily when you're watching. Like you'll hear a noise and like, as like an example is like, like I'm going to have a doll that's, in one of the little cases, right? And you'll walk by it, nothing will happen. But later on, there'll be like, you'll hear a breaking noise and you'll look over there and the doll will be gone and the glass is broken. And now that's way more terrifying than watching the doll break the glass. You don't know when it happened. You're just suddenly surprised. So, and that's better, especially if you don't know the doll was supposed to be dangerous in the first place. Or maybe you do know it's supposed to be dangerous, you just know when it's getting out, but yeah. Nah, it's funny. Yeah, horror films with women around are quite hilarious. They're so skittish on average that, yeah. I hate the ones that have nails and grab your leg. Oh my god. So annoying. That's fair. I find that I'm a big fan of corrupted innocence as far as like, it's why the creepy girl is often like a trope that you see because, it's supposed to be something that's innocent and pure. And instead it's something, like creepy, like evil looking thing, like demonic, or it's like a ghost or something like that. So I like that look like that. I mean, it's not usually all that scary, but most of the time, if you never know what they're doing, it's a lot scarier than if you ever see them do something. It's like the whole Ringo thing where like it climbs out of the TV, whatever, and it's laying. You're just like, why aren't you just moving? It's crawling at you. Look at how slow that thing is going. Maybe just kick it in the head. Like it's on the ground. What's it going to do? Just start beating it. You can jump on it. You can just curb stomp this thing. It's going down. You're winning this fight. Oh no, you're going to fall and you're back and crawl away slowly. That's not effective. This is like the only way she could ever beat you. You've literally just made it easy on her. What? Yeah, there you go. Anytime you just a corrupted innocent, like the Tooth Fairy thing, perfect. So it leads to more interesting stories, I find, because everyone can relate to like an innocent time when they were a kid, well, hopefully. And to see that warped into something else just tends to put people off. It's not necessarily scary, but it's something that has been changed to something that is alien to what you would know. It's kind of the difference of being in a place you've already been to and then being dropped somewhere in the random in the world. Like, there's that extra fear of the unknown. So fear of the unknown and being outside of your comfort zone, anything like that. Because once you get them, like, already thinking along those lines, that's what makes good horror. You got to keep, once they've already kind of been off kilter a bit, they're like maybe a little more on nerve, like on edge, things like that. You can keep kind of dragging them farther along. And then things that wouldn't have been scary can become scary. That's when later on, when you've actually gotten them to the point where they're super unnerved, then you can introduce your killer, and then hopefully your killer makes an impact or whatever demonic force. But most of the time, I think your best bet is to not do that. Just to run with it. It's just some weird, almost eldritch thing where you just don't know. And never over-explain in horror. Oh my god, never do that. Horror is not meant to be explained. You don't need to know why Freddy or Jason are basically invincible. No. The more you explain the horror, the less horrifying it is. Once again, fear of the unknown. If you know how something works, it is no longer scary. The thing about Chucky, dolls are much more, I think here's why Annabelle works and Chucky doesn't, in my mind. You don't see the Annabelle doll do much, other than every once in a while it'll turn its head. You never see it kill people. It's not actually the thing. There's like a demon that's, possessing it, basically like that, but you don't see the doll do anything. Once you see a stupid doll running around, you realize you could beat the doll. I will win the fight 100% of the time against Chucky if I'm not asleep. Why? Because the best he can do is stab me in the leg. The best I can do is pick up any large object and beat him to death because he's just a stupid doll. That's the thing. Whereas the Annabelle thing like that, you never see it do anything. That's why people are going, is it what's doing something? They don't know. And things are happening all around it. And eventually they figure out the doll is causing it. But Again, you never see the doll do it. So it's just way more terrifying than, oh, look, this tiny little, like, buddy doll or whatever that's like up to my knee that I could just kick. I could just punt the dumb thing. What's it going to do? It's too small. Exactly. Well, I mean, that's so dumb. Like, again, it's the same reason that people lose to the ring ghost. Because they, like, fall and like, their back and start crawling away or, like fall forward. Like, instead of, like, standing there and just fighting the dumb thing. Like, there's a good scene. It was in Scary Movie, too, because it's a comedy thing like that. And one of the characters is running away from a skeleton. And the other character's like, she's all like, runs into another character, and the other character's like, they get all upset, it's to him, like, they're all terrible, like that, and, like, terrified. And then she sees the skeleton, and she's like going, wait, you're running from that? It's just a skeleton, it's just some bones. And she just starts, like, like taking the bones off it, and, like, and just laughing at it, and just, like, rearranging it like an idiot thing. And it's so stupid. It's just like, exactly, this is not a threat, but they're just running from it. It's like, Yeah, exactly. It breaks its nose. I mean, like, it's not a terrifying killer. There needs to be some sort of, like, the enemy needs to be, like, really something scary. It needs to have something going for it. And what they did for the Annabelle doll was, it's a demon that's possessing it. And you don't usually see the demon do anything, but it also makes other thingies come to life. It summons, like, demonic entities to, or actually ghosts to it, to make it, it's like an epicenter. So it's more scary for that because it enables other things as opposed to it itself, where it's like, okay, cool, but like, that's not that neat. Like, yeah, the best horror really is just, you just need to, like, I think that gosh, have you seen that series of games where they usually are going through like a subway tunnel or something like that, or just anywhere, a place where they'll have like a bunch of things in a place, and you're supposed to memorize the location of things, and then you're supposed to report whenever there's a change, an anomaly in them. And every once in a while, there'll be like a weird creature in the thing like that, mess with you, things like that. But most of the time, the things will just be slight changes. And you spend so much time so focused looking at those changes that when you see an actual creature, you'll see a lot of people jump because they were, so focused on these things that they don't even notice the creature at first. And they see it and they don't have time to really logically think about it before they're like, oh my God. And you're like, yeah. So it's a better way of doing it. It's still a stupid looking monster, but they're too focused to notice the stupid monster until it's too late. I mean, children are kind of an easy thing to defeat for most horror enemies. It's kind of not particularly, doesn't really sell a killer very well if all it does is wipe out children. It'd make the killer way more scary if it turned the children into evil monsters, like, just undead thingies that came after you. That'd be a little more interesting at the very least. Actors tag. Poppet. Actors tag. Enemy. I guess I won't let you blow up the NPCs. Right. I'll actually code this while I'm doing this here. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, the children are out to get us all, but, The only way children can be made terrifying is usually if they're given some kind of, like, like psychokinetic powers or something like that, it's like, or they're, like, demonically possessed. Like, or they got to give them something that makes them, like, actually levels the playing field. And even then, it's almost silly versus terrifying because it's really hard to take them seriously. Children, like, are better for unsettling someone, where, it's the corrupted thing, the corrupted innocence, it puts people on edge as opposed to being the actual threat. Again, it's like Chucky. Why Chucky's not a threat? Because Chucky's tiny. Children usually aren't threats because children are tiny. Like, sure, I mean, they could get you while you're sleeping or something, but if the killer kills people while they're sleeping, it's not going to be a very interesting movie. Pretty much in the spirit. Even in real life, children are the enemies. No, nothing. Yeah. Well, everything in Silent Hill is a weird mutated thing, so yeah. Once again, demonic things help make children a little more scary. They're still tiny though, so it's still kind of... It's hard to be scared of something smaller than you. Quite a few, I imagine. Because the simple reality is they can only swarm you with so many of them. Like, you can only be surrounded by so many of them. Any hit I do to them will probably take them completely out of the fight. They're probably like 50 pounds max, maybe 60, I guess, sure. I got like, 3x their weight on them, an incredible reach. A single punch or kick will easily floor them. Their hits are going to do almost nothing to me. They would have to literally have weapons in hand. Like if they had a bunch of knives, it's a different story. Because, you can only defend so many ways. But even then, you can keep backing away and just hitting the ones that get nearby. And you can take out... Yeah, I mean, Well, I mean, the thing is, it's the goblin problem. Right? How many goblins could you realistically take? And, you can take a lot. Because they're goblins, well, I mean, assuming you're an adventurer of any real level. If you're a regular person, the goblins have weapons, probably not. It depends on the weapons they have, too. I mean, like, say, if it's just, like, pure physical prowess against them, it's going to take a lot of, like, small children like that to make any real dent. Because, again, their hits aren't going to do hardly anything. And every time I hit one of them, they're probably gone. Like, it's probably the end of the fight for them. So, yeah... It's going to take a lot. And like, okay, you just back up to a wall and suddenly like, they'll eventually wear you down. Like at some point, if it like, you could probably only fight realistically for so many hours before like, if there was like, tens of thousands of them, okay, yeah, eventually they'll win. They could try to dogpile you, I guess. But again, every time one gets close to you, like what'll happen is you'll keep knocking them out. And it's not like they go flying away. They'll start piling up, creating essentially a wall that they have to try to defeat to even get to you in the first place. No. I mean, I guess their best strategy would be them trying to leap on you at that point from the wall. Like, yeah, I mean, they got to be able to successfully pull themselves over this too. So I think at some point the answer is I just win the fight. Because unless you're like, and if they don't have any weapons, I think I just win the fight. It's irrelevant, their number, because eventually they can no longer reach me because they literally won't be able to crawl over their own garbage. And I don't think they can actually crawl over a lot of those, too. It's going to be kind of a mess. So, I don't know. Like, whereas with goblins, at least they know how to fight and they always bring weapons. So, and they also have claws and things like that, too. So, they can actually maybe inflict some damage. After all, if you can inflict damage upon your average adventurer, even if it's not a lot, those adventurers are usually pretty tough. But yeah, I have to wonder like that. Like, they have to be a realistic threat, and it would take a huge number. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if they're zombies, it's a different story because they're much stronger than normal, and they just have to bite you for you to lose. And enough of them will eventually bite you. Plus, they no longer care about the wall. They'll try to go over it no matter what. So, these are things that... Yeah, like either way, it's like, it's going to be... Zombies are different. Just because they're in child form does not make them any less of a zombie. It makes them weaker on average, but not that much weaker that they can't, well, I mean, they still have the bite. That's the problem. They can still turn you into a zombie. So that's kind of an issue. I don't want to make this... How big? Well, the whole thing's going to grow, so... I'm going to grab the projectile code because I'm lazy. Oh yeah, well the 400-pound zombie, I mean 400-pound anything that's huge, man. That's gonna be no good. That's gonna be a no from me, dog. I want these to be under separate ones here. And double out the actors here. Here, let's create a variable damage. We're gonna do this. If true, do this. I'm gonna run the destroy thingy too. And then I'm also gonna grab the damage one here because I don't gotta remember things like that. Also, let's say player damaged and then target damaged. I might do conditions. I don't know if I'm gonna have status ailments though. Kind of weird. Sure. Do this, and then I have to run the destroy thingy, right? Destroy mushroom. Okay. Here's a boss music, pretty much. It's just Dark Souls, but for the buffet. You're just like, oh boy, oof, it's coming. But the other thing is when you talk about 400-pound zombies, what kind of 400 pounds are we talking about? Because if it's super fat, it's still going to waddle after you at a grossly slow speed, slower than your average zombie. So you don't care. You just walk away. Now, if it's 400 pounds of like some ridiculous muscle monstrosity, like it came out of Resident Evil, you're dead. It's very simple. You're dead. You're not winning the fight. If it says stars, you're screwed. Okay? Like, you lose. 100%. You're going down. It's just, sorry for your loss. Like, you have a rocket launcher? No? Oops. That's the bummer. Well, yeah, like, otherwise, a lot of zombies really aren't that terrifying because you can just leave. You're like, okay. The only ones that are terrifying are the ones that can actually run really fast. Then it's like, uh-oh. Most zombies are slow. So it's like, why are you standing around and fighting? They're only good if, like, if they can swarm you. Which, you know, just don't go to a city and chances of being swarmed by a zombie are usually, a zombie horde, it's pretty low, right? I mean, like, just a little, just kinda. I'm gonna go back to 0.5. I think it's a little better than this. Okay, so these should work now. I guess I want a nav mesh. Again, finally. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is that's the point of zombies is, you know, you just leave. Like, they're like one of the least terrifying enemies because you can just leave. And they're like, oh, okay, well, that sucks. Oh, you can leave. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. That's right. Not a damn thing. Yeah. Well, people, I mean, I get why people try to camp out in the cities at first in a zombie apocalypse because they want the food that's there. But the first thing you should do in a zombie apocalypse is get away from any kind of heavily populated area. You should be trying to get out into the woods as much as possible and then just, you know, building your own little life out there. You'll have to take some food with you, sure, but you don't want to stay there. And you should also try to commandeer a car near the edge of town, because it's most likely the ones that are least trapped, preferably one that can go off-road. So some sort of a truck. And just start putting foods in there and get out. That's the thing. People, they keep staying in these things, and it's like, why are you staying? This makes no sense. Why can't I not click this? Okay. Oh yeah, if you're already in the middle of nowhere. These need a timer above them. It didn't damage me. Oh yeah. I mean, I live in Northern California, and I'm like on the edge of, where civilization really ends. But I'm still in a city of like 100,000 people. So I'm not liking my chances. I mean, I'm on the edges of it out in farm country. So if I got to get out, it's going to be a little easier because I can take some of the back roads out of here. And chances are there's trucks I can, hitch a ride with, be like, yep, we're doing a caravan. We'll, make it out, because there's just a lot of rednecks out here. So my chances are pretty good. Unfortunately, the best places to get weaponry would be force me to go into town. So I don't know if I want to do that, but I would definitely try to just get a vehicle and get out. We got food here. Just take the food with. Get out of the area. Get to one of the smaller towns where the zombies are unlikely to be. Yeah. Well, the zombies don't wander very fast. I mean, to get from like well, let's see, it's about an hour's drive to the nearest large cities. So how long do you think it takes zombies to walk that distance? Pretty long. And then they have to want to, which means they would need a reason. Most likely they're still camped around the city where they're likely to find people, especially if they're hunting down living things that aren't, animals. If they look for animals, it's a different story. Maybe they go into the woods, but there isn't a lot of woods. What's out there is fields. Because then you're in like California's, like the little Great Valley in the center there, and that's mostly just farm stuff. So, yeah, we would probably avoid the mountains. I could easily just go, to any one of the nearby mountains. And so honestly, what would happen is I would end up going north out of town, because maybe like northeast out of town, which would put me in like the back roads and the fields. And then from there, I'd have to go over east to get to the Sierra Nevada mountain range. And from up there, I'm pretty certain I'm pretty safe. I'd want to get camping gear if I could, but we have camping gear here to a point. Not a lot of it, but enough to get the job done. If you really want to get out of the area, it could be done. I need to change this damage variable. We'll make the damage like 10. Oh. The whole point of doing this was for the mushroom armed thing. Branch. So I can make it go pop, but only when it's done. Also, this needs a 3D text thingy above it. I'm gonna copy pasta. Convert that over. Actually, let's put this here. I'm gonna compile and save because it's not letting me move it all at once. So we do this, right? And then that'll put the number above it. Where is this gonna appear though? Make that a 1 so I can see where it's at. This needs to be smaller too, probably. Because it's gonna enlarge as well. something like this. And then my plan now on the final one, or if it's armed, is to put a smiley face above it. Right? Okay, we do this. Ah. Oh yeah, the zombies trapped in the valleys would be something. I think pretty much anywhere south of Sacramento and south in California is just screwed if a zombie apocalypse happens. There's way too many people down there. They're in trouble. I'm like 2 to 3 hours north of Sacramento, so like there's still a couple major cities between, but for the most part, they're still over an hour away. I guess there's a nearby town that's got around 30,000 people, but that's about 20 minutes away. So I should be fine. Not damaging me. I guess they don't have to damage me. Do I want them to not damage me? I mean, I guess they could be only fair for me. No, I took 10. Yep, trust the fungus. It's got a smile. I'll probably put a cost to it too, but the Empress is quickly becoming a fun weapon. There's a movie called Trust the Fungus. I guess I'm not surprised, but oh, that's fair. The original Mario film. Oh god. It actually wasn't the worst movie I've ever seen. It was just weird. Didn't have a lot to do with what I was expecting. Peach was still attractive though, so it works out. That's really what matters. The new movie was obviously like a bajillion times better. That movie was a lot of fun. They understood what the mission statement was, I think. And they went with it. Who knew the Minions people could make such a great film? Yeah. It's just so weird. Everyone was expecting something, and it wasn't that. But I think I had a lot of creativity, and it wasn't like the worst thing I've seen. Like I've seen, we used to watch bad movies intentionally and make fun of them. Bad Movie Night was amazing. The goal was to find the worst movie imaginable and bring it so everyone had to, you know, suffer through it, and we all made fun of it, and it was great. Bad Movie Night was awesome. Just like, all right, this is a movie about people filming a documentary about people LARPing as vampires in a trailer park who are filming a movie about that. This is awful. Perfect. You know, like what? Where do you find these? It's like, oh we looked. Like, what? It was kind of like a badge of honor to make people leave the room. I remember one we found. and it was dumb. Like it was you saw someone you would never show your kids, but um, it was called Nude Nuns with Big Guns, which sounds just like a porno. Well, there's nudity in it, fair amount. Not a porno, but it was so bad that my girlfriend at the time left the room, and just the mention of that movie ever again, even years later, she would get so angry. It was such a stupid movie. It was literally just these people were making they were like drug dealers, and they had nuns who were sorting it, but the nuns wearing nothing, so they couldn't hide any of the drugs. That was like the premise of the movie, and then one of the nuns decided to get revenge on them because like they tried to kill her off and failed. It was a stupid film. There was nothing good about it, but it's just the fact that it upset her so bad. She was really big on the bad movies train. And it's like, oh, we can find something so bad you can't handle this. We did. Oh yeah. I mean, some things are just there's awful because the movie was intended to be good, but just really sucks. The idea is terrible. And then there's awful because it's just like a horrible event you're watching, which is not the same. Like you could watch someone get beheaded, and that's awful, like a real beheading. That's awful. I don't want to watch that. That's not the point of bad movie night. It's not to make something that's real or something like that. You know, you want it to be a movie people thought would legitimately be good, and it's just the worst thing anybody's ever made. You're just like, this got greenlit? Holy crap, why won't people greenlit my project if this got greenlit? What? Yes. That's interesting that the player damage thing isn't damaging the player on this. Oh. That's because other actor isn't connected. I don't know if I want this to damage Poppet or not. Maybe not. It might be really hard to deal with. Yeah, sometimes parodies are really good. Like I say, the first two Scary Movie parodies, those things were great. It's just too bad they made like 4 million others. Those other ones were not great. Oops, I need the Empress. And then it's like, I guess you get battlefield control, but just be careful not to hit your own toys. Is that the right thing? I mean, that was kind of the point, right? I'm gonna make a healing one that does the same thing. Yeah, she's just Bomberman. That's all this is. This is Bomberman. I think playing Bomberman with dolls is hilarious. They need to have a time limit on them shrinking back down once they're armed. Like a reverse of what's happening here. So after a certain amount of time, they go away. Because just having them active forever is pretty stupid. Was there an ad break? How's the ad break going? No knockback on it? Yeah, I mean, that might happen. By that might happen, I mean it should. So let me see how I did that. The weapons, I'll have it. Hey Fox, how's it going? I'm playing Bomberman with plants, but the explosions need to blow things up. Like need to like launch them because right now it launches them, but doesn't launch them as much. Well, it doesn't launch them yet. It just blows up, and that's no fun. It needs to make them go flying, like everybody. If things ain't going boom, what am I doing with my time? I guess I just copy those. I don't need the owner of the weapon. You can just do launch target though. This doesn't have a hit option, like an out hit. It doesn't have a ray trace, so it doesn't give a specific location that it's hit at. But I can still launch them, I think. Actually, let me check the launch for NPCs here. I think I have 2 different launch thingies. And one of them is designed specifically for environmental types of things, and the other one's designed more for combat. Yeah, well, I mean, I agree. I can definitely make this better than it is. So we're going to do... That's just launch target. That's an away thing. I want just a regular launch. I do have a regular launch. It's just called event launch. Damage amount after doing damage. Sure. And then there's a time till impact, which is only if the damage is true on that, but I'm not going to actually do that. So we'll just do launch. This seems like a much smarter method. Alright, so let's ditch this crap. Because like I said, the other one is just missing something here. Launch message. Well, that's like BPI launch, but BPI launch is on here too, so like these can be launched, right? This is from BPI launch? Yeah, okay. Oh, velocity. I use this on a thing that I have the coding for this on Voodoo. She has an attack that launches you away. We'll just clone her stuff. Hey Josh Williams, how's it going? Where we got so far? One moment. I guess I haven't done the tour in a bit, but I was trying to get the I'll come back to this, the launch thing like that. We'll show the new person around. That's fair. We got a new person over on YouTube, so it's time to show off stuffs. I'll do a quick show off thingy. Oh my god. Alright. So for the new guy on YouTube, the game's called Poppet Quest, and this is the steampunky world that's in. Made this big city. You play as Poppet. She was killed and her soul was put into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. Good times, good times. Waiting. Do kind of an abridged tour for this one, because the full tour is now over an hour. That's a lot. That's a long time. And now I can use the new weapon against Patrick. The main mechanic of the game is, I'll use our curse up there. All the dolls are powered by a curse, and just like you are too, and your abilities are based off the curse, so the more you have is better. If you're in the darkness, you gain curse power back, but you'll slowly go insane. Go back to the light, your sanity comes back. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you die. So that's bad. You don't want that. Uses tarot cards as their weapons. We'll go over the basic ones. This is the Fool. I gotta add a bunch of things to the Empress so they cause all the same effects as this. I could tie the Empress into the weapon system. It's hard to hit that thing sometimes. As you go insane, you start to see all kinds of crazy messages everywhere, so probably best to not go insane. Yep, I heard something bounce. Ow, that's mean. The Empress grows plants and shrinks them. It also causes new explosive mushrooms that I've been working on. It also seems to have extreme issues with the bouncy couch. I don't know why. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. It also makes explosive mushrooms. It's currently being worked on. I don't know why it causes problems with this particular thing. I'll switch off to one of the ones that does not cause problems. Alright. The Magician works great with everything. And so the Magician manipulates objects in the environment, such as opening windows. I had the low distance set really low. Whoa! Wow! Huh. Bye-bye, buddy! I've never seen one of them go flying out the window. That one's just like, nope, I've had enough. I'm just... I mean, it's honorable Sudoku over there. Oh. Throw plant. Honorable Sudoku has happened. We're going insane, quick! Go less insane. I kind of like the Empress. It's too good right now. Oh, I keep forgetting this. It's that button to hit, not the other. I'm blowing myself to bits over and over because I'm hitting the thing that hurts you too. I think the Empress needs to hurt you because if it doesn't hurt you, it's too overpowered. Yeah, you get keys to open doors, so... Okay, the key should work, but apparently... Why is the key not work? Patrick's room key? It's identical. Okay, whatever. We'll just skip past it then for whatever reason, though I don't know why that's being weird, but sure, whatever. How much are I planning selling it for? I mean, it's probably going to be like maybe 20, 30 bucks at the end of the day, I imagine. It won't be that big expensive a game. It's an indie game, so I mean, if I get more than 20 for it, I'll be surprised. Who knows though? It could be really cool. Maybe I get a publisher and the game gets ridiculously cool, so... But it is an indie game, so I'm not expecting a disgusting amount of money for it by any stretch. We'll see. You can turn on lights by using the Magician. But the game's only maybe like 20% done, so you know. I'm gonna use the Empress for this fight. It's gonna be way overpowered, but good. Aha! Yeah, the mushrooms eventually explode if you get if they get big enough. Anything nearby takes damage, including you. Kind of hard to avoid taking damage yourself, though. I don't know. It's actually weirdly not very effective against Patrick. Maybe if I lure him over to him. Oh. Running out of sanity. Oh no. Ow. Mean. I didn't turn this light on. This is the Empress's trial by fire here. What is Bomberman? So that's what we're playing here. Like it's not hurting him. It has hit him a couple times though. Start trade sanity for health. Oh, thanks, Josh. Thank you, thank you. I'm trying to make. I'm making weapons for all the tarot cards and different abilities. And the Empress, you know, grows plants, but also makes these mushrooms. And we're trying. I was just building them so they don't quite operate the way they're supposed to yet, but they're supposed to get up to the full size, and then if you get nearby them, they blow up whoever's nearby them. Seems like though that the damage is maybe it's just really low. That's probably it. The damage is really low. Patrick just has a lot of health. The Fool's much better for this fight. But he bit me. What a jerk. He has a lot of health, so. I'm gonna make weapons for the Magician, and I guess the Magician can throw blocks. But I kind of want to give it something else it does. Just make, and I'm probably just gonna have 4 of the tarot cards in the demo, and just make it where they're all super cool instead of super limited like they were before. I don't see any blood on him. It's like they're too slow. Oh, I got blood on me. He got hit. He turned red. I might need to increase the size of these. Yeah, they should be stronger because of the fact that I'm going to make them cost something, but they're also going to take forever to set up. So you won't be able to use them all the time. Oh no, it's a Metroidvania. You're just playing as Poppet. She just has different tarot cards you can equip. And the tarot cards, you know, give her different abilities. Like the Magician here will let her pick up objects and throw them, amongst other things. So this axe is one of the things it can do. It's not the most damaging of the things. It's actually based on velocity. The more velocity something has, the more damage it does. But the star is currently really boring. I'm probably taking it out and replace. Like, I'm probably not going to include it in the demo. Probably gonna need a rework. But I want all of them to have something they can do in combat. I think the Fool's gonna have dodging as its extra ability, like this, you know, cool dodge. Because that seems like you trying to fool them, kind of thing. You know, it's like, oh, no, I'm there. I'm somewhere else. It seems like a Fool ability. It can also be a Magician ability too. These things are great because they blow up. But these are way more fun because they're new. Their explosion radius is just so small though. Like things can trigger it and then it doesn't hit them. Oh, it actually blew the crap out of those ones there. If it does hit, it's good times. Trouble is, the game's pretty mobile. Like it's like for moving around. Like you definitely run around a lot. So, Bomberman was designed for you know, a thing where they couldn't jump. So this being, you know, a Bomberman style weapon is, I mean, it is a 3D type of explosion, so it's not like it's just pure 2D, but I'm trying to win the fight with this thing there just because it's, you know, the new toy. Even though this is clearly not intended. I'm definitely going to make it stronger and not allow you to spam them like this. This is a one-time type of, you know, free roll. It is kind of fun to blow things up, though. I might have a counter where you can only have so many, too. That could be the other option instead of, well, I want it to cost something. I want you to use Curse for something. Boom, 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 yes. This excites me. Oh yeah, it was a weird thing in there. This is just the concept of Bomberman, though. But I'm also going to have healing things, too. And the healing things will act as, you know, heals for anybody who touches them. Just like these act as exploders, I'm going to reverse. As the other ability for it. This will act as the weird healing thing, but it's a slow heal. You see, you just blow yourself to bits. Well, it's definitely effective. Kinda. It's way too overpowered in that it has no cap. I'm surprised it doesn't lag, though. I mean, look at how like smooth this has been watching those go boom. I mean, it's way more effective to just dodge near these things and let them blow themselves to bits. But I make it where they don't give you any kind of reward otherwise. Same thing with these here, too. So. Oh, cool. We're just sober enough to understand the dev side of things. That's fair. I usually drink in dev, so I understand. We start with the dev stuff, and by the end we do art. But I'm too intoxicated to do the dev stuff. I'm nothing. No. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. I think we can all agree that the Empress has explosive potential. Wah, wah, wah. I'm liking the Empress so far. So weird. It needs work though. Yeah, catch you later. All right. A nap break coming in about 20 seconds or something like that. So whenever that starts, I'll probably go get myself some alcohol or something like that. Begin the process of making more explosions. Glorious progress for sure. That's right. Oftentimes I just chat, but you know, I do make thingies. Okay, I hate this setup here. Let's put a thingy on it. Barrier collision. Show bubble. The explosive thingy. Destroy mushroom. I'm so sad Crystal Nodes does not exist for 5.5 yet. So I can't just default these things on and make my life easy. Nope. Or have it random colors for me. Okay, so grow plant can be green. Yay! Grow plant. Now this will be the event begin play. I'm not doing this part here. I could set the active rotation to... Yeah, let's set the active rotation, I think. I'm going to do that. The main purpose is so that the counter actually faces them. I guess I could always update the counter to face the player. I don't know. I might keep the spawn sound thingy. I ain't doing the rest of this. I don't care about that. I should like blue for event begin play. That's way easier to keep track of. Yeah, I miss Crystal Nodes. I didn't realize how much I missed it until it was gone. I'm just like, oh my god, it's beautiful. Okay, so I think the sphere collision can be slightly larger. Like 64. And then we're going to have a... I think we're just going to copy this grow plant thingy. Right. Custom event. Shrink plant. So this way, you know, after a while, they just go away. Which I think is more interesting than them just, you know, perpetually getting larger and larger and larger. Or just like sitting there forever, I mean. And then they'll destroy the actor. Actually, well, no, because this is on a collision. I can just have destroy mushroom. Let's do it right there, right? And then up here, We'll get mushroom armed here. We'll do this. It's going to be super easy to make the heal version of this. I'm basically going to copy paste all this and then swap out some particles and the command for damaging. I might even use the same one and then just make it, a child of it, which might happen actually, because then I can just adjust the code for all of it. Because, why not, right? Make it easy. I could just be like, have a Boolean, and it would be good. Here, I'm falling asleep a bit. Standing too much in one space or one spot. Yeah, missed the ad break. Whatever. Can I grab alcohol during it, but I guess not. Not a little early in the stream to drink alcohol though. I usually wait till like 3 or 4 a.m. to do it. Okay, so still the launch thingy, but what I'm going to do here is once armed, you'll start shrink plant right here. See how that pans out. Unknown user followed me yesterday. That's sad. That means they weren't a real person. Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't know why I'm adding to that. I did it dumb. This would be a subtract. They're all sad. I forgot to include something to destroy actor here. Butter brown like it's dying. Withering away. Important. Um, subtract this from the, never mind, let's do it this one here. It should be subtracted from the do end counter. And then it prints that. This way we get the reverse, you know? I'm gonna make this one significantly slower so they eventually do go away. Oh, nice. Out here, internet is no longer as crappy. Maybe I give them like a 10-second delay or something. Are you? I'm playing Bomberman with plants. Oh man. Yeah. They wait for like 10 seconds and then they go. What's going on? What happened? Why are they going upside down? These are explosives, so like they count up to 10, and then once they're there, they're active and they can blow up. They can blow you up too, though, so you gotta be careful. There's no limiter on them right now yet, so I'm messing with them to be more of a game mechanic, but. The armpit bones are effective? This is good. This is very important. Yeah, they'll blow you up too, see? But eventually they do shrink down. There you go. Doot, 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 doot. Then they started counting the other direction for some reason. Yes. No longer will the coat stretch wildly. Yes. Making models. Turns out that, you know, you got to talk about awkward body parts when you make models. Yeah. All that stuff's important things. Nope, his armpits were broken. Had to be fixed. Important to note, sometimes armpits are broken. I guess that could happen. I mean, that's part of the shoulder, so, you know, they get broken. Hold on a second. Aren't too bad. I need a counter for how much damage they do, and I think the damage will be literally Vanilla Fantasy World, pretty much, huh? Yeah, I think that the damage will be based upon the size of them. So if you get them at the full size, they do the most damage, and if you get them at the least size, they do way less damage. This way, the tiny one doesn't cause the same damage as the big one. So we call it mushroom size. Well, this might just become the parent. I'll make 2 children on it too, potentially as well. This one goes in reverse. Um, hmm. Hmm. For 3 days now. Perfectly smooth, low sometimes something object farther from the bones origin. Maybe slightly different. It's fair, you know. The all bones are attached to other bones, so you move one bone and it moves everything, so I imagine the farther away they are from the origin thingy, the more bones they're attached to, so the more things they get moved. I would guess. Just saying, just saying. Don't hate the play, hate the game. Like this, and the damage calculation. Gotta be let's multiply this by 0.1. Oh. Let's make this a float. Sure. Oh, nice. Characters coming out good. You have to drop some pictures or something in like the Discord or something so we can all see. Hair is so much work. As someone who uses mostly female characters, I can tell you hair is like, yeah, you spend a lot of time on hair. No bueno. The opposite of bueno happened this day. All right, so mushroom size there. Now I can multiply it by 0.1. I could have technically done that anyway, I guess, by doing some changing around, but eh. So that should give it, you know, the mushroom size never get more than 10. So that means that if it is a 10, then it'll do the full damage when I multiply the damage by that. But if it's at 1, it will do 10% when I multiply the damage. So like this. Do that. I can set the damage much higher to like 20 or something. Oh. It just wants me to do that. Not on the other one? That should make it happy. You write lots of things, Lepus? What you writing? Eyes of the mirror of the soul, hair is legitimate character all the charisma. Pretty much, especially for female characters. After all, you often describe women as blonde, brunette, redhead. There you go. Because their hair is usually so big, very easy to notice. Difficult to comb all the hair at once. Pretty much, huh? I've gone through so many hairstyles for these characters. So many of them just break in Unreal Engine when you apply cloth physics. Most of them would work without cloth physics, but you know. Writing things about the game idea? That's fair. I'm still amazed you got so many people on board without even having a game idea written out. Just remember, keep it simple. Way better to keep it simple. Not everything has to be about battling God, you know? Oh, what am I doing? Hey, the Empress. Those 20, sure. Maybe I'll make it where it's just always ready. This way you have to try to time it, so it's not like if you can manage to get a perfect, you know, 10, then it actually does a lot of damage, but otherwise it does less. Based entirely upon when you're nearby it. Well, I mean, simple ideas can be interesting. Actually, I would argue that, you know, all these big complicated ideas are usually the most boring. The more ridiculously, you know, out there you get, the harder it is to explain to people and the harder it is to keep interested in it. So I think time travel sucks, or multiverses suck. Also, there's no stakes anymore. Yeah, everything can be done in Unreal if you want it to be. I think I'm just not going to have this armed thingy. I don't think I need that. I think I just get rid of the armed thing. Because, you know, now they have to grow in order to do the damage, so you just make it so that it's always growing, and then you have to try to lure them to it to do the most damage. And if you just spam them, they do crap. Oops. Oops. That one here. Okay. No, they don't do any damage. Oh. That's because here, underscore mushroom. I'm just going to put this over there when it withers away. Just kind of shrinks out of existence. That's perfectly fine. Yeah. I mean, I originally started with exactly that, the paper ZD thing, and it worked okay. I mean, you know, it was fine. It even looked kind of cool, but I mean, it looks better with the 3D models, obviously. But paper ZD is a thing. It would make my game a lot cheaper to make. But you gotta be careful with these. You basically need to be moving backwards while placing them. That's scary. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now they're like the greatest thing ever. I thought they'd be crappy. Huh. Yeah, well, I mean, combat makes or breaks a lot of these games. That's why I'm going out of my way to really work on the combat, because, you know, if I just wanted to make a platform with weird, difficult platforming, this would be a different game entirely. But Metroidvanias tend to be more combat-centric than platformer-centric. Like, there's a lot of exploration, but the platforming is not usually incredibly difficult in them. They're more just things to do on the way to get to locations level of platforming. But the meat and potatoes of them is really just about finding things and, you know, the combat, usually. Back hates me. Who wants? Who wants? There needs to be a slight delay. I mean, I kind of like the idea of the Empress being pretty much, you know, anybody can get hit by it. But I don't like that as you're dropping them, you can blow yourself to tiny bits. Yeah, original Fantasy Star was interesting for how it was, just a different layout of things, but that's still all 2D anyway. It wasn't like, you know, 3D. Now, like, you can do all, they get the Octopath Traveler type of setup, which is, I think, the way you want to do 2D, like a 2D 3D hybrid in Unreal Engine. Which I tried for a bit. I mean, it's okay. Yeah, Star Ocean 2. There you go. Even yeah, I enjoyed it. Even that though was basically like 2D backgrounds and things like that that they just faked 3D. Like it wasn't like a real 3D models or anything. So it wasn't. It was cool for the time, but you know, less not the absolute best. Um, maybe I do keep the armed thing again. I make it where they have to actually grow first before you can actually do something with them, and then from that point on, after they shrink, they do less damage. That's probably better. Because otherwise, like, it's just awkward to run into them. So put it back. Hmm. Nice. Yeah, I never want to go back and replay it, but you know, it's cool for the time. There are many games I want to go back and replay, I'm not gonna lie. Set armed. And then down here we're gonna unset armed. Running back to the same code here. They won't be useful until the very beginning, and then they slowly become less valuable after a time. Which I think plays out better than the other. That's fair. Almost be like a tower defense, really. Maybe like the Orcs Must Die games, where you're just being constantly swarmed, you're trying to defend against that. It's a fun take on a tower defense. We're modeling monsters over human? That's fair. I mostly prefer female characters, just saying. I don't really like writing female characters, but I do like modeling them. Yep, I definitely expect specific shapes on my females. I mean, I can make my female characters have some unique stuff to them, but for the most part, I'm trying to make dolls, so it does kind of restrict a bit. Saying. Yeah. I make other stuff that's not female characters, but for the most part, if I gotta model something, I do like my female characters. get a massage or something. Like the deep tissue massage thingies like that. I'm noticing my old health problems are slowly recurring again. Probably comes from like, overworking. We work like 8 hours and then stream like 8 hours or more. And you're just like, oh, a lot. A lot. All right. Let's say I launch a character here. Find that does help to do that though. But game dev is so fun. Bipedal goat, huh? There you go. Huh. Well, there you go. That's a lot of things. Jeez. It's gonna be difficult explaining your world, I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely a difficult thing here. What is the launch velocity on this? Like find active lookout rotation, probably. Let's just find lookout rotation, right? Forward vector. Oh wait, never mind. I don't gotta set the rotation, I get the forward vector that way. Perfect. I multiply this by... Just do this. This would launch. Did it run ads? I didn't even notice if it did or not. I was saying I would run ads and I didn't even notice the ad break, but whatever. So you got an app from Germany? Let's see. Happens. Hey Driven. Hey Fox. How's it going? And filling on battle puzzles essentially requiring you to break through the enemy or you'll be annoyed by the range things. That's fair. Battlefield puzzles could be good. I could see that. I need to break this to this here. I'm working on playing Bomberman. You're not questioning Bomberman. I mean, you can if you want, but I don't know if I'd question Bomberman here. No damage amount required. Just connect this here. This might be way too much, honestly. Maybe like 50 or something. We'll see. This is a pretty big launch. And then for this here, we do another launch for the player as well. Another actor here. This might be ridiculous. We're about to find out it's going to be glorious. Or stupid. It could be stupid. Hey man, hey Swash, how's it going? Doing your how'd your stream go? Making all the stuffs? Alright. So this should work. Nice, nice. I hear bows are useful. Well, okay, not in, you know, games from Japan or wherever, bows are usually terrible in that, but in Western games, bows are useful. We're playing Bomberman now. These are exploding mushrooms. They have to arm first. They grow, and then once they have a smiley face, good things happen. To anybody who goes near them, me or them. Didn't really launch me though. Eventually they shrink back down. Yep, UP is unlocked. The goal is to try to get them to, you know, grow big enough so that they arm. And once they arm, then, well, hopefully you can lead the enemies into them without hitting them yourself. That's why we're playing Bomberman. Is this a great idea? I don't know. It's a fun idea. They do less, like they start to shrink after a while, so they do less damage. But they hurt you pretty bad too, so I don't know about this plan. I'm gonna make a healing one too, so that's the next thing I'm working on. But the thing is it'll heal the enemies too, so whoever gets it first. But they have to arm, so they'll have to wait like 10 seconds for them to arm. And then whoever touches it first gets the heal. So it's gonna be a very weird weapon. The Empress is all about growing plants, right? Well, it's about, you know, fertility and growing things and stuff like that. So, but today it grows plants. Changing advantage only if you're focused on projectiles. It's amazing they interrupt your flow or you essentially key to my plans. That's fair. I mean, you know, anything that makes the players move around and do something different. They just do the same thing over and over. It's really boring. God's work in the toy factory. Yes, yes. Yeah, I need a heal version of these. It didn't launch though. This was depressing. I thought my math would be better than this, but it's not. Not better. How did I make this happen? I think last time I just got like an arrow and I just did the forward vector. But I guess to be fair, it wasn't on the ground. Well, let's just crank it to 11, you know? Let's launch. Times 1,000. We're flying now, boys. Yeah, hopefully this turns into, you know, a more tactical combat for this particular thing there, and it'll act as the healing thingy. I'm also going to up the drops on things so you can get heals mid-combat versus being reliant upon just the incredibly boring star, which I think I'm just taking out of the demo because I don't like how it is and I don't think it's necessary. Like if I have if I give a weapon to every one of the tarot cards, you'll already have 4 neat things to play with for the demo, which seems perfectly fine to me. I should just get hit by one myself. Didn't launch me. Didn't launch them either. Part of the problem might be that the forward vector of these is aimed down. Right? Because these things are floating and they're above you. So the forward vector would be, well, down. Which I don't think works for the... I'd have to add a bunch. Instead of multiplying this by a huge number, I just add a bunch to this there. I'm gonna print string this rotation here and get actually I'll print string the vector. I'm curious to see what's going on here because this seems not accurate. I'm terrible with vector math, I get it. I always have been, I admit it. Vector math and we're at odds. Launch, I wanted the print string. Thanks, but no thanks. And for Poppet getting launched, she'll get launched by this color, just so I have an idea of what hers is versus the others. Easier to test her than anybody else, honestly. Oh. Thanks, Fox. Yep. So armed with the bow, can the enemies use the bow too? Or is it just you using the bow at the moment? Like, what's going on? Tell me about game things. Pardon me. Will I blow things up? Well, I blow everything up. Oh yeah. Get going, boom. I might need to look at the weapon stuff for how I did this. That time it blew me up in the air. Oh yeah, the new insanity effect is so much more insane. You're going insane now, boys. Are you ready? I got launched once, but I think it's not good enough. Yes, insanity has changed things, yeah. The weapon has some calculations on it. I wonder what that could tell me here. Still got to make the healing version. That'll be super easy, though. Pretty much. Oh, yeah. Got milk. I mean, I can add it into the insanity thing. I mean, I'm going to change them all later anyway, so if people got stupid things for it to say... And type. This way... At first I was trying to be all serious. Now I just, whenever someone says something stupid, I need to go to the nonsense generator and just add in just dumb crap. But eventually I'm actually putting useful things in there so you will be able to maybe learn some things from the madness. And some things will just be complete nonsense. They're just like real madness, you know? I mean, you're just like, some things are real and other things are like not real. Yes. Yes, indeed. This will do. I just need the weapons. Any weapon is fine. Well, not any weapon specifically, the parent. What's the calculation on this? It's the hit location, right? Well, this is actually using a launch target thingy on BPMPC, which is different than the other one because this is based on where it connects with a ray trace, and this is the explosive thingy is not a ray trace. But maybe I can, you know, steal some math, right? Quick math? I can find it. It's like a negate vector. Hold, please. Whoop. Yeah, I was getting all cool with my math here. We'll neaten it up later. It can be as ugly as it wants right now, and that's fine. Actually, I was pretty close. It's just the negate thingy. I'm supposed to multiply those by some numbers too, so it's an add like that instead of just a blanket one like I was doing. And I'm just gonna steal this information here. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I might have been, oops, not X there. Undo. Undo. No, no, no. Put all that crap. Pull it all back. You see what the problem with this is? You see where it's trying to look at itself? You see where that doesn't work? That's probably a good start there. That's right. Try to look at yourself. Without a mirror. I guess we were talking about insanity, so attempting to look at yourself without a mirror is kind of weird. It's like when that one stage magician told this guy to put his feet closer to the ground. And the guy's like, trying to put his feet closer to the ground. It didn't take him long to realize he could not do this, but... I guess I'm too close, huh? Still doesn't launch. Okay. I thought I just had something dumb there, but I think I need to do a bit of extra changing here to make this work out. Oh. Let's grab some calculations here. I think it's just negate vector is the only difference in this here, the multiplication thingies. Breaking it up. And part of the reason is that I think it is kind of a negative direction. Let's just do this. We'll just do this and this. Oh, thanks for that, Game Train Studios. How's it going? I'm playing Bomberman right now. With plants, mushrooms specifically. Unfortunately, they don't launch things, which makes me sad. I will fix that. Get good. I'm just negating everything but the Z there. I'm remembering my vector math. Well. Did I do it in that direction? Oh yeah, I started with a jump force and multiplied it by this number here, the negate vector number. Alright, well. We don't have a jump force, but we can make one. We'll make it big. Make it big. Oh, thanks for driving by and all that. And, you know, thanks for the raid. And catch you on the flip side. And for all the new people, you get to watch me blow things up. I just need to get this, you know, to do what it needs to do. Make vector. As blowing things up is, it's a science, you see. You gotta do the science right. You know? Yes. Probably that. I'm just going this directly into here. And with the negated Z. So I guess to be fair, you're, you know, coming from above. And this is not a hit trace location, so it's to find out like a rotation of that, negate, sure. Because, you know, you want to throw them backwards. I forgot the negate thing you would kind of throw them towards, which is weird. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That card is literally there for the tour. People in Germany are like spying on you, is what I'm hearing there, Lupus. Lame. It's still not throwing me. It sort of did there, kinda. Did it? Yeah, the insanity goes hard if left unchecked. I don't think it's really launching him even now. I need to stop swapping out the star. Said swap out like the Hierophant or something. I get my health back. I guess I could actually just jump in the box too. Oh, it's a Metroidvania. Ah, yes, the tour. I guess there's new people. I could show them the tour. Oh, I turned this off for some reason. Oh, the insanity. Well, you definitely feel crazy after this thing. Get your sanity back, lady. Why am I hitting him with that? I don't care about this. We're testing... Wait, what? Why does it select both? That's weird. Huh. Bit of a bug in the thingy there. Yeah, it doesn't really seem to launch him. Which is bizarre to me. Hmm. Hmm. They literally have the same thing going on over here. Default like that to like 1,200. Maybe it's just not enough force. That could be it. Oh, screw this. Let's just go ham. There'll be no question here. It either does it or it doesn't. Let's just make it like 10,000 across the board. Like that should just throw you into orbit. I ran this into here. That's fine. The launch thingy's there. No damage amount is there. Oh, wait. This is launch target though. Oh, but this one has a... I can't use that one there. So it's just launch character and then override. Does the other one have an override on it? Yeah, override everything just so I don't make it too ridiculous here. Compile? Okay. I don't know why this is so huge over here. I don't need to be that big. Yeah, I should just launch the character, target self. And Poppet has a launch on her too, right? Like I'm sure she does. Damage there, velocity, sure she can override it as well. She does. Alright, well this should be the biggest number ever. Huge mungus. Probably. Sure. Keep swapping out the wrong one. Did it launch him? Can't even tell. It most certainly did. Did you see how much they got launched? That was exciting. Fly, my pretties. Oof, there it is. Will it launch me? No. I need to make some animation before going crazy. That time I got launched. Something wrong with this weapon because it causes me to be unable to bounce. Because, you know, if the magician's equipped or something, I can just bounce like crazy. Well, if I get hit, it messes the bounce up. I could just... Really? I just got Goomba'd. When you get Goomba'd by the little minions down there. So it does launch. Albeit probably too much. But it does launch just inconsistently on Poppet. Which is bizarre. Because as far as I can tell, the code is exactly the same also. That's interesting that it has no background there. I have background? Interesting. Here. Okay. I want to make a healing one too, though. Maybe I'll do that right now. So let's go back to Poppet. I need that. I don't need a equip weapon. I need an action check. I'm gonna need the system graph in a second. I'm just gonna close it randomly to show it what, you know, what it's done. Actually, I already had a tarot graph right here. Perfect. Already have this. Empress healing projectile. Okay. It could be like a healing mushroom, I guess. I have a lot of mushrooms, so, you know. Sure, I can always rename it. It doesn't really change anything, so that's fine. I could just duplicate it. Hey, Tricky Lady, how's it going? You're just in time to see me grow exploding mushrooms and healing mushrooms too. For gardening today. I'm playing Bomberman. Ooh, Bomberman. Exciting. Yes, yes, they should be confused with this, yes. I'm gonna promote these to some variables because their numbers are pure insanity. They don't need to be launched like that. That's crazy town population me. You doing confused? I see. Well, why are you doing confused? Enjoy my shrooms? That's fair. Yeah, we're just gonna copy all this stuff here and then just I normally make children ones, but this is kind of different, so I don't know if I need to make a child one. Let's go to the Empress here. Let's call this healing plant. So let's say this is the healing plant. Make an attack. Empress healing plant. No cost at the moment, not worried about that. Oh, that sounds fun. Who doesn't love relationship things? Right? Well, I mean, before you go, you can see the, at least the attack portion of the Empress now. Well, fine. Too late. I'm just testing this anyway. You can go boom. Oh, to him. Okay. I was like, okay. Well, I would not meet up with an X usually either. Well, apparently they do launch, by the way. Thing is how I just rode across them, which was actually kind of fun. Fallen brother? I don't know. Usually if someone's my ex, I don't want to talk to him anymore. There are very few exceptions. Yeah, you can totally fly off these. I could see some speedrunner using these to try to launch themselves where they couldn't normally go. 100%. You know what? More power to them if they do that. You just upside down for a while, bro. Yeah. You should see the new crazy effect. The new crazy effect is awesome. Also, I'm gonna swap the star out here on this one, so I can speed up the crazy effect. Yeah, the new crazy effect is so much better. You're pretty wild if you haven't actually fixed your sanity in a while. But after a certain point, you know, after like 60% sanity, it comes back, so. But yeah. So usually if I've deemed them not worthy of being in a relationship with, chances are I didn't want to be around them beyond that either. It's one thing if it's a fling, I don't care about them then. Whatever. But they were a long-term friend or something that led to something, I could see that being fine, you know, but that's not really a relationship, just kind of a, oh look, we had fun one night. Yep, 15 years, there you go, that's the better way to do it. Oh, there's a global time dilation on that. Do I want a global time dilation on these? I think I do. Because it makes the explosions a little better. Yeah, probably. Right. Poppet 2 can have a global time dilation on her thing. I should have a system one for the other. Yeah, I'm trying to move these, but I can't for some reason. So let me just do this really fast. No? Thank you. Sometimes it doesn't want to move multiple ones at once, kind of annoying. Hmm. I don't know, ever since I got into this relationship with Unreal Engine, I just don't have time for other relationships. I'm just saying. She's the only girl for me. I also don't have time for the outside world. I can shake the camera too on this. The start camera shake needs to be on there too for whenever things get launched. Because it's more fun if that's what it does. Why aren't you letting me pull multiple things at once? It's the auto size comments thingy that does that. The weird bug it has. Makes you save in order to be able to use it. Oh, that break real fast. Well, I'm gonna grab some alcohol fast. I'll be right back. Right, game on. Oh. Give him a weight paint on the root bones a little bit to assist in certain movements. Huh. I need to learn all about those, the whole weight painting things. One of these days when I optimize Poppet. Those sound like terrible relationships are tricky. I mean, you know, you're both so busy you can't do anything. That's no fun. He says as he works like 8 hours and then streams like 8 hours or more. I don't know what this busy thing is you're talking about. Imagine this not being busy all the time. Oof. All right. Well, we're running with the whole mushrooms are a good thing. Because who doesn't like mushrooms? Oh, okay, I'm not a big fan of eating them, but they're okay, I guess. Not my face. Yeah, especially laying pipe. There you go. I mean, this one could be a healing mushroom. It looks like it could heal. Sure. Why not? Not ideal, but it's not like you can't just change it later when I get bored of it. This one here is just going to be healing, but I'm not damaging anymore, so... What is the healing thing? I think it's like adjust health. Interfaces health change, I believe, maybe? Okay, yeah, so BPI stats has it. Probably hand that over. Well, actually, I don't have to hand that over. But let me look at my interfaces here. I'm going to need another one. Because I don't think I have a way to heal the enemies. I don't think I ever planned on healing them, but I didn't plan on this until recently. Oh, the plan is to have two types of mushrooms, the ones that explode and the ones that heal. And they work on anyone in the battlefield, so you or them, you know, can be healed by it. And they have to count to 10 first before they're active. Afterwards, they, you know, will tick down and become smaller, and they're less effective after that. But I mean, there's like a 5-second delay before they become less effective. So this way you'll have to like drop like a healing one there and then run away from it to try to keep the enemies from eating it. Sorry. Dead man's finger mushrooms? Nope. Not. Okay, well, those are awesome. I'm just saying. Probably don't want to scroll too far on these search engines. You never know what you encounter, but still, that alone is pretty cool. Oh, yeah. Well, I was making the explosive one first, but the healing one's going to be pretty simple. I should have actually made him just have a parent, but I didn't do that. And I don't know, I might recode him later for that, but I'm not too worried about it. Anyway, I was looking for interface. Usually combat's the one that does it. But I do have VPI stats. Which just has a health change, which I could just run that there. I'll just leave that there because I don't know why it's even there. Maybe it had a purpose. Combat doesn't have it though. Well, the reason why I do target damaged is well, actually, let me see what target now. How target damage is written. I'm pretty certain it has like a lot to it. I'll probably just add target heal to the thing. Yeah, target damage is all over the place. Let's just add target healed, or you know. Oh wait, what am I doing? Add a function. Target healed. I'll search for it. Target healed. Healing amount. Whoa. And then just use health. Add this. You should do it this way just because it's easier to read. Kinda. Oh yeah. Maybe I can save search. You know, I mean, it's on save search or the moderate, whatever the default is. I didn't change it because it's like Brave search, so they just default to that. But yeah, you never know. I usually just find a picture and then drag it onto the screen. Gotta be really careful when streaming what you show on the screen, though. Not only are you worried about personal information, like, you know, there's sometimes where, like, I wanted to show someone from, like, the Cosmos Laerte studio as, like, shop, because I got that Humble Bundle, had a bunch of things there. And I kid you not, right up in the corner, the upper right corner, has my first, last name, and an email. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not showing him that now. Like, I had to go find it on the Fab Market because of that. I mean, little things like that, where I don't like browsing through my files because you might see some important business files or something that I don't want on the internet. And it's like, yeah, there's just the little things you think about when you're streaming. It's just like, okay, well, it would still have all the information like that, and it's legal things for purposes of I own those assets now, so I can use them in a game. So you know, you got to have your actual name for it and an email. Otherwise, when you go release your game, you'll have a hard time proving, hey, you know, this is the right thing. Well, it's just for organization, but you just don't want things like that on the internet. Yeah, it's just, you know, there's dangers to worry about there when streaming. I'm not like a big streamer or anything, but that doesn't mean I can't attract some random crazy one day. Yeah, well, I mean, that's unfortunate for you, I guess. In the US, that's not the case. So, I mean, they like say like Twitch has to know who I am. They have all my tax information, of course, but that doesn't mean the general public does. I mean, you could probably figure out who I am, I'm sure, somewhere. I don't have a Facebook, so you can't cheat and do that. But yeah, the laws are different everywhere. I just find that it's better to not expose information you don't want on the internet if you can avoid it. Just as a general rule of thumb, you probably don't want to if you ain't gotta. You're welcome to if you want, but the world can be a dangerous place. One should be careful. Vendor content, venting that information. OnlyFans is a disaster here. I can imagine so. I can imagine so. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, laws in all these countries are very strange, and Thankfully, most of these companies use U.S. law, so I don't have to worry too much about it. But I know when I sell online for other things, I don't want to sell to other countries because I don't want to deal with their laws. So I typically limit my sales to within the U.S. I have sold to Canada before, but it's not worth it. So I tested it a couple times. Like, this is a pain. I don't like it. Yeah, you could, I don't know. Don't give any more information than you have to. Or stuff like that, you know. It's just a better idea. Hmm? Oh. Thanks for the sub, Ricardo and Campo, over on YouTube. Huh, I see. I mentioned your real name too, huh? Damn. You have a rabbit fan. My God. What was the character info? Oh, I gotta cast the widget damage thingy, but I can just set the text to something else. And well, I can use the same text. It's kind of fun. Damage animation, sure. Not ideal, but I just need a quick thing in place to test this. It doesn't gotta be perfect. We'll just connect healing amount here. Actually, we'll connect health to here. No, healing amount's fine, right? Do this, and then target healed. I'll make it all nice and pretty. Ooh, pretty. That's fair. I never look up anybody's anything. I'm a terrible person like that. On the internet, you can be known by whatever name you wanted to be known by, and I usually just go with it. Unless your name is some sort of word profane thing I can't say on the internet, in which case, you know, like on streaming, in which case you get known by a nickname. Actually, half the time you get known by a nickname because it's awkward to say people's incredibly long names while I'm talking to them over and over and over. Oh, well, you know. They say as a game dev, it's actually better to try to sell the assets for your game than to use them in a game. Which probably makes sense when you think about it, because, you know, your game might not be for everybody, but there could be a lot of people who might actually want to use those assets for something. So it could happen. Mm-hmm. So let me do this here. This is the wrong one. I'm looking for combat's already got it. This Empress one here. Target healed. Grab other actor. Healing amounts. I'm just get to recycle the same code. Ditch this crap because I don't need it anymore. Yeah. Got 3D design skills. You make a lot of money off that. Heck, people like me come along and buy your assets from the marketplace because I'm like, I don't want to build every character myself. I know how hard it is to build the ones that are already built. I can, you know, crowdsource some other characters that aren't important ones. Like, if they're important characters, I don't want to crowdsource them. But if they're not important characters, like, you know, they're like random enemies, I don't care if I nickel. Like all the victims, I made all of them. The toy maker I made, Charlotte I made. But everybody else, whatever works. So for her, it was just event health change and just update health amount. And if it's less than 0 counts as damage, sure. We college networking first time? That's fair. Technology does advance very fast, what you learn in college won't be valuable for long. I've never worked with Cinema 4D. Interesting. Maybe you should, Tricky. I mean, you can make some money off it. Hey, people like me want to buy your stuff. I was looking at learning Blender because I'm cheap. So we're going to do this here. And it's just event health change. Sure. Health change message. Other actor is, of course, the player. And we just run this into here. Do this. Swap this. Move this. Yeah, I like free software. I'm too cheap for paying money on these things. I already have to pay enough money for assets and other stuff. I don't think I need other things as well. So I need a healing thingy. Let's see what we got for the heals here. These ones are usually pretty good. Light maybe? I think I used all those. Heal. These are cascades. That's not bad. It'll do. Not amazing, but it'll do. Do I have a heal? Hey. That's really long. Revive heal? Well, I guess it's not terrible. Sure. Or... oh. Whatever, I just want to test it. Berry mushroom, shrink plant, all that's good. I don't even have a spawn. Wait, what is your health change? Oh. Other actor. Sure. And then I gotta go to Poppet. Yeah, the fact that Blender is an easy pipeline to Unreal is very nice. I do need to look into it. It's the one I'm going to learn because, well, free and I'm a poor game dev. I don't even know I need to qualify that. I'm a game dev. I think poor just goes part and parcel with that. Just saying. So for the right mouse buttons, we'll do this one. Healing mushroom, perfect. It'll be everything I need. Yeah, I like Blender too. I don't use it either. Kind of a thing. Yeah. Well, thankfully you can modify animations directly in Unreal Engine, so you don't got to do anything special. Time to go get hurt. Whoa, whoa. That one launched me too. Yeah, see, they can get healed by him too, so it's... You have to be careful where you place them. Or do they launch you, which is bizarre. Probably because I just copy pasted all the code from this and forgot to remove it, so you know. Let me just go ahead and fix that. Because I don't really want to get launched by a healing thing. That's kind of weird. I also don't think it needs to shake the camera either. Kind of a lot going on here. Yeah, the goal is to get rid of the star. I don't like it. Let's see, Imagine Sim Zombie, when you first get a character going, it's awesome. Which means Iron Man, yep. Custom pieces, okay, that can be a little harder. You can still modify it. Even any skeleton can be, you can modify animations for in Unreal Engine. The spawn room and how it ended up looking. Oh, were you talking about the lab? Yeah, I haven't worked on it in a bit. I don't think I changed much since you last looked, probably. Oh, I need to get rid of these here. Let me make a quick edit here. This thing was broken earlier, and I don't know why, but you fix it by doing this, and then it doesn't matter. Oh, oh, oh. Did it? I guess at one point I decided to change it because it's no longer going to be where you spawn in the game. I thought about it, and I realized that it played out weird because there was no gameplay content that you were supposed to do. Like, you just kind of woke up in a box, and then you could talk to Tinka, but you didn't have a weapon at that point. So without a weapon, it's like, what are you going to do here? These buttons need to be finished. I never finished them. The steampunk clock thingies. I got rid of the stairs. And the reasoning for getting rid of the stairs was that I'm going to have the resurrection ritual in here. And I'm going to have the Toymaker up there doing this stuff like that. And Charlotte in this, you know, as it says there. Which means that, you know, I was going to have like the entire boss thing going on down here. I didn't want you to really get up there because if you get up there, it kind of interfere with things. It seems kind of weird. So the purpose of the room changed a lot. I was trying to build my own heart because the other one had licensing issues. I was working off of one from Daz and I haven't finished. Got my pumps, all things like that. I'll probably take this little thing out here. It was a way you can get freebies, but they're kind of the treasure boxes of the game, so I might keep them, I don't know. But yeah, the plan is going to be to have like all the girls' bodies in here, all the victims. And this ritual going on, try to bring Charlotte back. But you gotta stop after collecting all the girls' souls. Because, you know, you want to put their souls back in their bodies. Also, her head rotates. Yeah. I think it plays out better. The new starting point is actually the original starting point I had for the game. Which is the carnival room. And I retooled the carnival room so you get the fool right here instead. And have to break your way in. Leading to, I think, a better gameplay experience because you wake up in the box and it's because Tinka's yelling at you to wake up. I haven't quite figured out when the painting world's going to happen to this point. Because the purpose for the painting world doesn't really get introduced till later. But yeah, you would start and then go in here and get the fool and begin the game. Also, I get to have It's Dangerous to Go Alone take this joke. Just saying. Written by Charlotte because, you know, she has her own text. Otherwise, the room's basically the same. Well, the enemies kind of wait for you now. I suppose. Actually, there's no nav mesh down, so it wouldn't even matter. Yeah, otherwise, not a lot's changed in this room. I guess there is a nav mesh down, because that one walked. Yeah. Yeah, you had the fool for just this, and then after that, you know, things could change. I think about the only other change that got happened in this room was the, well, I made new lamps. These are my new steampunk lamps. Because the other ones were boring. Yeah, now the new plan is to go through this, basically the same thing there, except for now you start there instead of having Tinker's Paint in there. I also made books I could customize where I could move the pictures and writing around. I haven't put anything useful in this way yet, but I made that on stream one day. Also, these are haunted pictures. They watch you. That one is anyway. Oh yeah. The Fool is awesome now. It's like my favorite weapon because it's just, it's a, you know, a squeaky toy. The comedic noises that it makes. It's like, it's the most far along weapon with its weird misses and, you know, hits and things like that. It also still has its, actually I locked away the super. Don't have it currently, but it can still grow large as its super. I think it's gonna have like, it's gonna have the dodge as like its secondary ability, and then it's gonna have like the basic hit and it grows big thing. Another tour. A little. Question with the mobs, what about them? They're now in the level and they don't randomly spawn anymore. So that's nice. So you just know where they're at every time. Because they're in the H load. I mean, if they get stuck somewhere, they get stuck somewhere. I mean, it's fine. They're trash mobs, so it's not like it's a boss that got stuck somewhere. These are things that are meant to take 1 to 2 hits and die. Maybe 3 or 4 if they're like a little tougher, but for the most part, the AI for like the built-in AI is very good at getting around things. Like it can still get stuck, but it's very good at getting around things. I mean, because this area, they were already able to walk through all this weird crap following me too, so they'll get around this. Like if you spawn one over here and then you go stand over here, they can get around to you and get to you. They're smart enough to do that. Just the default pathfinding is pretty good. But like I say, if one of them gets stuck, that's fine, whatever. Also, I was working on the Magician altar, because they all need cool altars now. For some reason, the control panel is broken. I was looking at it earlier. I don't know what the issue is, but it's just messed up. So, but as you can see, the new Magician altar is so much cooler than the old one. Unfortunately, it's broken for some reason, so this doesn't let you go through it for some reason, even though there's nothing setting this thing to having no collision in any way, shape, or form. But for some reason, it has 0 collision, and I have no idea why. But I got bored of it and decided to work on something else. Let's see what else got added that's somewhat interesting. Oh, this was yesterday's thing. Stephen Beadle made this cool thing for me. There, wonderful, you know, person in my Discord. I was tweaking it yesterday to make it more, you know, working for my game, but now I can run around the keyboard. Even play things, except for I have no, you know, skills with musical instruments at all. I also need to make the notes louder, probably. because you can't really hear them. Music's also a little loud, maybe, but you know, whatever. We'll get there. Oh, do I really want to go through and change every one of these right now? How about that? That sounds like a lot of work right now, if you know what I'm saying. You can't mass modulate, can you? These are sound waves. Oh, I gotta change them all. Oh, whatever. I'll deal with that later. Actually, is there a cheater way I can do this real fast? I can just increase the volume on this. Let's do that. Let's not modulate anything. I was gonna make all sorts of things like louder, but right, glorious rat nest. Wonderful. So many things going on. Hiding. Way better. Problem is jumping on the black keys is a little hard. I mean, I think I might need to enlarge them just so Poppet can have an easier time standing on them if people want to play the piano. Obviously the white keys work great. I adjusted them so you could stand all the way in the center area and still hit them. But the black keys are just, they're way too small. So I'll probably end up adjusting them a little. What'll probably happen is I'll just adjust these keys inward a bit and then adjust these outward. I guess I could do that really fast, actually. Let's say I do this. Yeah, no key. And then we just make this like a 0.9. We just undo that. We unlock that, so it makes a 0.9. Yeah, IK is great at dodging them. It's just like, okay, cool, neat, thanks, guys. Okay, so that puts a little more space in between them, like that. Oh, that doesn't really work because then, like, they're the wrong size. Never mind. I'll have to probably re-edit them, honestly, so that the black ones can be larger. Because you make keys and cut holes in them, and you know, he made it for like if a normal person was really going to play it, but a normal person is not a tiny doll jumping on top of the keys, so things have to be changed a bit for Poppet at the end of the day. So I'll just redo the 3 models or something to have a little more space, and then put I can just expand these keys so that they're wider, maybe longer too, honestly. Oh, it's already really big. I don't know if I want to make it too much bigger. Also, you can't really... You might think you can just select everything and scale it uniformly. That does not work in Unreal Engine. Not everything has the same scale, and there's no option to like percentile scale it. What you can do is you can select everything and then try to drag with this, and it'll try. But it usually leads to basically a catastrophe is what happens, because I end up this problem a lot because there's a lot of times really neat looking like environments, and I just want to copy paste a bunch of it in for Poppet to play with. But spoiler, Poppet's not actually tiny. It's the world's really large. Poppet is a normal sized character because I tried to make her tiny, and Unreal Engine got angry at me and had a lot of problems. So she's actually a normal sized character. It's just I make everything else huge, and I've had to try to do it with other things, and it does not work. Yeah, it leads to a lot of weirdness. Like I'll show, like I'm pretty certain you can just drag it like this and it does do it. Nope, even then, you see what happens when I just did a uniform drag there. They don't have the same thing there, so it just doesn't, yeah. It's not really set up very well for that. The best way you can do it is if you build it in a blueprint. You can pull it all into a blueprint, but when you do that, it leads to a lot of problems. Like I haven't found a way to access the child blueprint's variables. I've been looking for a way, and people don't seem to have one on the internet. I'm just like going, how am I going to access the variables? I want to just, I have instance editable things. I just want to use the same thing everywhere, and I can't. Or at least I haven't found a way. The prime example is this bulb. I use these bulbs everywhere and all these different things like that, but I have to make special ones sometimes because I can't change the attenuation on them. This one's actually built on top of the bulb, so I actually made a whole new bulb blueprint just so I could add pipes onto it. But I also put them like here too, like that. These things, like I replaced every single thing with a vacuum tube because those are the new lights. Don't ask how they have glowing stuff like this. Yeah. If you group it like pretty much once you pull them into a blueprint in any way, shape, or form, I haven't seen a way to actually access the child's thingies. And I've been looking for a while. Control G, I'm talking about like accessing it from like within a blueprint so you can edit things. Yeah, I mean, Control G does what again? Like, Control G does. That's what I need to do. Like, because I want to basically take the same light and stuff it into everywhere, and the light has the option to change all these variables about how much luminosity it has, like that. Like, it's got a light attached, so the point radius like that can be changed. Attenuation. Everything can be changed, except for when you put it into a blueprint. Is it like a child blueprint? It doesn't work. There's all the variables, like instance editable things, just vanish completely, and it's like, so it's just led to this very obnoxious scenario where I have to either make it as part of a blueprint or just put it separate. Like I think, well, the Magician Altar here is a really prime example, because this thing has all these child blueprints here, right? And these pumps here, like, they're a child blueprint that I use inside the other thing. Normally, you could change all these things about it, like the liquid and everything like that. Except for none of those variables are here anymore. They're just gone. Yeah, which is really unfortunate because it's much nicer to be able to just go, oh, okay, well, I'll just make this, really cool thing and be done with it. And I've been trying various ways to get access to it, but I haven't found one yet. There's a way to get access from the child blueprint to a parent. But you got to know what the parent is, and the whole point is that I was putting it in random things, so it doesn't know which parent it is. You can program it generically, but it didn't even work right when I tried the parent either, so I'm not even sure if that's truly what they say. I don't know. There's got to be a method. I just don't know what it is, and I haven't found a way. So until I do, it's like, I guess I just got to make special ones there, change the variables on it specifically just for this, and then drag one in. Or be happy with a generic number in the case of some of these bulbs and stuff. Not much I could do about it otherwise. So, yeah, it's kind of where it's at. It's like, But most time it doesn't matter that much. It just makes my life a little easier in some instances. Such as it'd be cool if I could actually manipulate this light from within the box, but I can't. But this thing was literally I just copied the bulb and just made a whole nother thing. Like, it's just the same steampunk bulb. And all I did was add pipes to it. So that's why this one lets me change the numbers on it, because it's the same thing. It's not the original, but I'm like, okay, well, I'll just build it right in there. And this, I did not do that. So yeah, it's kind of problematic. One second. But yeah. Oof. No. Up in it. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is all the stuff in there, like, they're all blueprints and stuff to make up that keyboard. So you can't really join it together like that. You'd want to put it in like a blueprint thingy, and then you could individually program the keys that way into there, and it'd be different. But yeah, like every one of these is a blueprint. I just made a master key. I redid his blueprints to, be, I could just, change a mesh on them instead of having 3 different ones. These ones I didn't bother to redo. I just kind of left them fairly similar. But yeah, like they lose all the functionality when you can pull them into a blueprint. It's just you can't change this information. Like the sound number ref thing would not be changeable if you made it a child blueprint. Yeah, so it's not really that great. I basically need to build the scale in the first place, which is why you see me scale things as I'm building it. Or I build it as a blueprint, in which case it doesn't matter. But then I have to be careful about the whole, do I use child blueprints or not? And the answer is usually no. Sometimes I do. But yeah, it's definitely... Oh, I made these paintings too. The paintings are actually handmade as well. Including making the frame too, because the frame was, a thing that didn't fit, because Tinka didn't fit in a flat frame. Even then, she could probably be deeper. I make a lot of my stuff. A lot of stuff is blueprints. A lot of stuff. At this point, everything in this room is blueprints except for like the walls and like these things here. I'm half tempted to delete them because they annoy me that they're not a blueprint. Like, yeah, and it's that one thing is literally the only... You know what? Get out of my room. That's right. Well, I kind of like them though. Yeah, I kind of like them. There's 2 of them, and they represent the only things that are not blueprints in this room. Wow. Wow. That's fair. Well, the thing is, most people's assets are designed for normal size, and Poppet is, normal size. It's just she needs everything to be huge to make it look like she's tiny. It's hard to scale things against Poppet since she's, supposed to be only 10 inches tall, so I scale them against Charlotte usually. She's 5'4", so right after that growth spurt. Yes, I actually looked up the age women tend to have growth spurts, so this way I would know approximately what the average height of a 14-year-old girl would be. And they actually hit their max height pretty much around then. I was like, huh. I learned things. Not all of them, of course, but I just look for averages. Because I want everything to be about, scale. Where was I at? Oh, I was working on the Empress stuff. That's fair. There's so many assets in this game, I really don't want to get too crazy about, importing extra things, Like, if I can skip as many steps as possible, I just do. I need this to be a reliable heal. On the heal thing, it doesn't actually flash the stat change. This thing is wild. That needs to have no collision. You can hit these things. Kind of suck. Oh, you could attach it directly to it. I don't even destroy the emitter. They said it has auto destroy on. That's fair. Most 72 over has a hard surface for regular topology. Let's see. I also like to see what they did. If you guys improve what I know. That's fair. I mean, studying is never a bad thing. Red animation on poor topology, and sometimes it's interesting. Animating a desk or bend probably wasn't what dude intended. I was curious. I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta bend a desk, right? Don't question the desk. It must be bent. Question. Just bend desk. Just do. Yes, just do. Or not. You gotta bend the desk if you don't want to bend the desk. I bend the desk, but I'm just you gotta. So, I'm gonna subtract a bit. Whatever the size is, let's subtract like 0.3 or something. Not 3. I need to do 0.3, not a negative. I'm doing special. 0.3. 3. Make that a little easier. Plus, I don't hit him anymore, which is kind of important. I might shrink the max size they get to, because, you know, I guess they're getting to 1 and 0. So 0.3 is actually a lot. Maybe I was thinking 0.2. I gotta put a cost on these. I don't know what it's going to be, but it needs to have something so you can't just spam them. It's going to be so hard to balance all these abilities. They're fun though, so that's what matters the most. They're not going to be that balanced. They just got to be, you know, relatively fun. This is more balanced than the star is. Star is just super unbalanced. Oh. Let me find the Empress weapon. Because it still causes you to have issues. Weapons. Arrow. I gotta make them for everything, so it's not gonna be on there. So yeah, I'm probably gonna change how this one looks too. I just don't know what to make of it yet. Interfaces or something. Basically as few triangles as possible. Huh. Yeah, I need to learn that whole thing where you take the look of like, you know, a really complicated model and put it over a really simple model. So I could reduce Poppet down to being, I think she's like 25 plus different materials. She's a lot. All the Daz characters are. I got it down as far as I could, but not sure what I'm gonna do about that. Yeah. I think there's just collision on this that needs to be dealt with. Oh, one second. I make it work, man. Well, yeah, I don't know. Job 1, learn Unreal. Job 2, everything else besides that. I wonder if the Emperor's hat has a problem with the collision. Because I remember it was having some issues when I was trying to jump on things. I get the feeling like there's a collision somewhere in here that needs to not exist. Oops. No collision. No collision. Still not. Why does this prevent me from bouncing? It didn't used to, so it's got to be this thingy that changes something. None of these things actually have anything going on. I think on the next ad break, I'm going to adjust my chair to a sitting position. Standing is slowly but surely making my feet unhappy. But yeah, I don't know. There's like some sort of issue with collision on this, and I don't quite get what's happening. Ad break. Well, let me do that really fast then. Second. Let us continue. Yes. Yes, indeed. My feet are significantly happier now. So are my legs, for that matter. I've been standing for almost 6 hours, and, you know. Kind of weird that, well, not really weird, just kind of rough how long it's been on the legs. Kind of weird that this causes me to have issues with the bouncy couch, though. I don't see why it would. It has 0 collision. I'll have to get its own animations, too. Wield it like a wand instead of what it's currently doing, which is the same thing as the Hierophant. Sorry, the Hangman. Also, I need to make it one of the default ones there, so we don't have the stars thing anymore. I don't know, the star's okay, I guess. Let's go jump on the bouncy couch. Yeah. For whatever reason, it doesn't bounce. Or if you have like the magician equipped, it's like, yep. Boing, with a fool. Should be fine too. Yeah. Well, sometimes the bouncy couch is honestly being kind of crappy. Why are you so crappy, bouncy couch? Oh, I think I know. This is my fault. Well, technically, it's always my fault. Because, you know, I did program the game. That's projectile parent. We don't need you. Need Poppet. Let's just not override anything. Let's just let the player go flying. You want to cheese your way up to some location? Be my guest. There was originally going to be a car in the game. There is not anymore. Just because it operated kind of badly. Thanks to, I was using the physics, the chaos vehicle physics, and it was not fun. It was a dumpster fire. I was unimpressed. No more overriding these numbers. Just launch me. Launch me like you love me, baby. Oh, yeah. Let's go ham. Let's go ham on this. Oh, yes. Yeah, I tested it for a while. It was okay. You had to like change the controls the whole time. Like you had to change the load with the control context, like do that, swap vehicles. I'll swap to that thing there. So you possess that instead, and then you could drive it around. It was okay, but all the vehicles just kind of tip over. They behaved real bad. They were not fun to drive. But to be fair, most of the vehicles I have are kind of top heavy anyway. I don't know, like the vehicles have to be really low to the ground because they really just they did not behave like you would expect in like a racing game or something at all. I don't know what they behave like. I was like, no vehicle I've ever seen drives like this. This is so weird. And it just most of the time they just tip over. There was a button to ride them all the time, but I'm just like, this you would need to rework the physics to make it fun. Maybe they're all like, well, this is realistic. I'm like, well, you know, it wouldn't be realistic for this car to even reach the speed you're talking about if that's the case, you know, like. Yeah, it didn't even sound like going that fast. It just would have problems. Or not. Oh, bouncy couch, why are you not as fun anymore? I gotta add the pillows. Because once again, this is just a crappy sofa thingy like that had nothing on it, and I added the pillows, and the pillows are what's bouncy. It was working so good before, and I didn't really change how launch worked. And the launch multiplier is huge. That's the whole point. Well, actually, I have it really large, so you can launch your way up there, but I might change that. Let's make it variable here. Currently launching. Prevent it from doing it multiple times. If false, actually, if false, set it to true. All right.
This will prevent it from doing it over and over. It doesn't make a lot of sense why the weapon would affect it. It didn't affect it before at all, though, which is so bizarre to me as well. There's just a lot wrong with what's going on here. Really missed. It is kind of a silly high bounce, but it's so fun, you know? You kind of don't care about realism here because, well, just look what's going on here. Hey, make this jump. You think you can make the jump, and then you can't. Well, you can, okay, fair enough. Not that there's any point, but... Ooh. Yeah, the fact you can just launch stuff like crazy is just nuts. Well, that fixes that problem. Well, if that's the case, I should probably fix the bed ones too. Create variable, blah, blah, blah. Make this, dump this all the way at the end, like so. There. Gotta fix the bed. The mattress. I'm being uber lazy. Oof. I can say I played MDK, but sounds cool if it's, you know, doing what I'm doing, right? Yeah, there you go. See, that's the secret. See what you can do. Make it real. Do it. What's the worst that happens, right? Doesn't turn out? Eh, whatever. Need to introduce a cost to this weapon, I think. You can't just spam them. It's just stupid if you can spam them. Do good. Make an attack. We'll start with 5. He has 100 curse, so it might not be that great, but we'll see. Like, well, this effect means I can make him do more, but then I don't know. I don't want to spam him too much. Did it? Well, that's cool. Yeah, metallic slider to the max. I mean, sometimes mirror textures, you know, you just gotta do it. Don't worry about it. I don't see it deducting a cost, right? Where's the cost? I think because it's adding it. Okay, it's supposed to be a negative. All right. Does it have to be negative? Let's see. Balancing the curse thing is going to be really hard. It was crazy what they made in the old days. Granted, most of the old games weren't that fun. Like, if you put them in front of me, they'd be like, but back in the day when we had very few options, they were fun. Going down, okay. Okay, that launch is way too strong, by the way. Because you can go flying, and that's hit me all the way up to the door handle. That would literally get you up to the top here. Admittedly, using it as a way to blow yourself to places is pretty funny. Any night that I have a whole new weapon, it's already a pretty good night. But you know what it needs to do? Hit destroyables. Only the damage one needs to hit destroyables, the other one didn't need to do this. It is crazy the things we have access to now where you just get to do kind of whatever you want and just... I'm just amazed. So many people are like, oh, you could never make a game right now. It's not. There's too many games out there, blah, blah, blah. You have the ability to make games like you could never believe at this point, just on a level it's overwhelmingly cool. It's just that you never would have been able to do. Got stuff. It's fine. You'll be okay. Just make your game interesting and people will play it. Like make it about tiny dolls blowing things up. Mushrooms. A model a black hole? I mean, can't you just do a black sphere that's just completely devoid of light? Put a swirly effect around it? Like, you know, some sort of, you know, particle effect that's... Like, I would probably just have a blueprint that's just literally a sphere and have just some particle effect around it. It's just like a swirling particle effect of, like, stars. Just extends out beyond it, so this way it looks like the stars are getting eaten by it. So, like... I don't know why I need a black hole, but that's okay. I don't care. We'll call this space. I might find a use for it. Don't question. BP black hole. Oh. We had ourselves a sphere. I'm sure I got something black I can use. I have to make everything black plastic, but... Black unlit material. What's that look like? It's unlit, so let me drag it into the world and see what that looks like, because I'm pretty certain that's just going to be pure emptiness right there, right? You got an ad? Damn.
Well, you could have it just have an overlap thing. Actually, you know, a collision on a sphere collision that's bigger than it, and then just have it, you know, have an interface that messages them to move towards the black hole whenever they're within range of that, and you just have it signal that. And then you'd have a black hole weapon. I don't think there's this. Well, maybe I can make a black hole weapon. I don't think there's actually a black hole thingy, but now I'm tempted to make a black hole weapon. Do I have a tarot card that could be a black hole? I mean, is that a thing? Maybe. I thought I had a star pack or something like that that would It's way too bright. Can I shrink you? Sorta. You'd want a swirling thing though, not whatever the hell this is. This is obviously nuts. Jesus. I'm just seeing if I got something that would get the job done. Oh, I don't need two of these, just one is fine, thank you. No. I'm moving away from it. Any layers of circles? I can see it. I deleted the wrong thing. I was hoping one of these VFX things I have would just get the job done. Some of these GPU sprite thingies look like they could be all spacey, but I almost wonder if I would just use like darkness on it instead and call it square. But it seems more like a thing. Get rid of this here. That's how I want to get rid of this instead. That's awful. Well, you see, it's not quite what I was thinking. You would need some sort of star thingy spinning around it or something like that. But the gravity idea is interesting. Well, it would just come down to having a particle, really. The particle that's moving inward. I don't think I have anything to move inwards. All mine move outwards. I'm trying to think of something that moved inward, but nothing I currently have installed gets the job done. I'm trying to decide if there's any kind of tarot card that could use such an ability that pulled stuff to it. It's not a bad idea for an ability, right? Like maybe the tower? Oh, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I might want to make a thing like that. But we have like, I would assume like the tower could get the job done, maybe. And the devil, I was going to use something more fire based. Death, I suppose, could do that. What would act as like a vacuum thing that could pull stuff to it? I mean, technically it's destruction types of things, so the tower would probably be okay. Disaster, strike, and destruct. Themes of madness, despair. One second. What was it in here? Upheavals, collective and personal. Maybe. Yeah. Well, I mean, I need other abilities for, like, you know, the other tarot cards. And the tower was supposed to be about destruction. So it's going to have to do something along those lines. The Death Tarot is also one that probably needs to have some sort of weaponry to it, too. So. Huh. But it feels almost awkward to have the Death Tarot not have some kind of a scythe of some sort, even if it's a toy scythe. I don't need these immediately, but making note of these things is not a bad idea. Because I could make some sort of thing that does this stuff. And I do still need effects for quite a few of them, actually. Like, I have ideas for them. Some of them don't play out very well, so I've been having to change them because I had ideas and they were not there. But I'm pretty certain that the only ones that could be either Death or the Tower. Maybe they could be the Tower. Unless I come up with something better in the meantime. That's true, black holes and death. But I was thinking that the black holes could actually pull stuff to it. Which might make for an interesting mechanic in its own right. Like if you can't reach something with the black hole thingy, it pulls it towards it so you can yank it off of, like, you know, countertops or, you know, pull random balls towards it or something like that. So it, like, you know, pulls a rope or something. Flying sights around it? Maybe. Problem is then it's just a projectile. I want it to do more than just be a damage thingy with a different, like, look on it. Yeah. So that's an idea. That might be a thing though. I'll make note of that. That might be an option. Because I don't hate it. Like, I would just launch probably something looking just like this and have it pull things to it. And I could just give everything a black hole interface or something. Yeah. I don't hate it. I made note of it for later. I'm not doing it right now because I don't need it. I'm not even close to needing that. As opposed to, you know, I do need to get the weapons that I'm currently in the demo there. Like, if there's a tower effect, which I'm presuming that will be the tower, it's going to be later. I think death is going to be some kind of a scythe weapon or something. But the tower being an indiscriminate destruction thing that breaks everything, or just like pulls everything towards it, would probably be more fitting of the tower than I think than death. Because I guess there's no way to destroy things. It would just pull things to it. So it would be like a black hole that yanks things. Something to think about. I mean, sometimes the weirdest ones end up being the most interesting. Like the Empress is now more interesting than a lot of the other ones because it just turned out to be growing plants was more fun than some options. It's also a heal, which does eliminate the need for the star. The star does have the sanity option too, but another question is yeah, more useful players of tower is how quickly am I going to give these abilities out? Like, how? I guess I could let them upgrade the abilities too. They could save and just use things to upgrade instead of finding the abilities. I do worry that there's way too many upgrades for how many rooms there are. Definitely a unique theme. But yeah, right now there's, I think, something like 22 or 23 rooms that are going to be in the demo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's only 14 rooms in the demo? Okay, well, that's less than I thought. It takes a long time to do them all, though, is the thing. Like, it takes a really long time to go through all these rooms. Poppet's so tiny. These rooms are huge. So with only 14 rooms that you go through in the demo, I might expand that out. I actually cut a room out because I thought that there'd be too many. So I cut the washroom out as a room that you didn't have to go into anymore. I might add it back in. I don't know what to do with it. Certain rooms I just don't know what to do with. I might want to make them like another storage room or something. Because I can always pile weird crap in the storage room and have an excuse to turn it into something, but an actual like bathroom type thing I have no idea what to do with. And it's not like Charlotte needs a bathroom. Like, she has a room that's like her little domain, and it's not even going to be in the demo, so I just kind of have things in here to represent things, but she doesn't need any of the resources like that. Like, I literally, like, I was going to have originally, when I had a more dilapidated warehouse in the middle of nowhere, this whole section of this place was actually rigged to be kind of like her little home. It'd be almost like it was, you know, like a house, but it was only like this. Like, this was like the west wing of this big campus type of thing, where there was like a big central section, like a forward section, an east wing, and like a giant garden area. And it was huge. It was super sprawling, and but it was dilapidated in the middle of nowhere. Then it got moved to the city because I couldn't. First of all, I couldn't make dilapidated steampunk a thing. I good luck. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's half the fun of it. Like, if it's a dilapidated building in the middle of nowhere, it just looks sinister and weird. But this is supposed to be like happy and fun and wonderful. Is that corrupted innocence I was talking about earlier? Why I try to take something that's, you know, nice and kind and wonderful and then corrupt it. And children's toys are often considered that sort of thing. Plus, it's also kind of fun too, because, you know, it's not all the toys are all that corrupted. Some will actually just be like normal toys you'll fight. The area you're in is the secret area that you're not supposed to, that the public doesn't go into, which is like the 5th floor. They go into one of the rooms. And that's it. That's the only room they go into. The rest of it's all full of all kinds of weird things that the public's not supposed to see. So the other floors are going to actually pretty normal. I actually think the game is almost kind of backwards in a way. Because, most of the time you would start in the really nice, neat area and work your way up to the weird, you know, messed up looking stuff, but here you're starting out then working your way down. Presumably because you're collecting all the souls of the other girls, so you can, you know, get them back to their bodies. Yeah. Well, I considered having an intro of human Poppet, you know, going along at night trying to, you know, find her friend and like being kind of skittish and sneaking your way up to this place because she's trying to sneak in at night. And, you know, her getting killed in that thing. But then I realized that that's a lot. Because, well, I do have a model for human Poppet. That is true. And I haven't really built the city for her to walk through it. Like, I mean, you can see things in the buildings that looks like a city, but for the most part, it really doesn't go very far. It only goes to maybe out around here, and then the illusion's broken because I just kind of put no more buildings back here. I didn't really bother anymore. I was starting to do it, and I was like, but why? I can't even see any farther back there. It's stupid. So I just stopped. Then they were not putting... I should probably put a few trees out here, too. Just I think you can see the trees, but... You probably can. Yeah. I probably should put trees there, but... Yeah, it would be interesting to... I thought about also zooming in on the city, but again, it's not very far. Like, there's the illusion... I'm gonna make it bigger. There's the illusion of a city, but the simple reality is all I did was put buildings beyond a wall. And that tricks you into thinking that there's a city out there, when in reality, there ain't nothing out there. I was gonna build a little more, but I stopped. So yeah. Like, good artist trick there, where you just put a wall up there. It's like, yeah, there's stuff behind the wall. Is there? Is there really? I don't know if I was going to do some sort of a thing of her walking along, you know, getting up to it, or like the nervous thing of going up to it, which I did write a story for that, just in case I wanted to make that. Might have to design the city like much farther out so she could actually walk it. Yeah. I don't even know if I can come from a cloud there. I'd have to like, put a fake cloud in and fly through it. But again, it's not that big of a city, so it's like, Actually, no, I don't have to go fake cloud. I can just go through this. Apparently, these clouds are low enough that I can just go right on in and just do 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 do. Just come zooming down in. I should have left this area open with no buildings here, so I could actually look at the front of the building. Yeah, that's an option. The other question is, how much am I going to guard Poppet's identity? Because I'll make a point of saying that, you know, Tinker will tell him not to use a real name because names have power. But she takes the name Poppet because it's written on the box that she, you know, was sitting in. So, obviously Poppet's not a real name. But should I put her real name in there or not? Because if she's going to, and I guess I don't have to say her real name in an intro like that. But the other thing is I'll have all the bodies of the girls in those little resurrection tank thingies, or the things for the resurrection ritual. So if you know what she looks like, you would know her name at that point. That's true. But that's pretty far into the game. There's also only be 5 tanks now. I'm thinking about it. This Poppet's not a victim that was... He only needed 5 girls for it. Because I'm using a pentagram, so if it's going to be a pentagram, you know, you got to go with 5, right? 6 is a weird number when you have a pentagram. Like, what's that? So we write the story based upon the assets you got. I mean, 1 less victim is fine. I'd originally planned 5 victims. And then Poppet was just trying to find her friend who was one of the victims and just happened to, you know, be like, well, inconvenient. Guess I got to kill her off too. So in reality, I should probably rearrange these thingies so that they're all around this at each of the points and have just 5. So I kind of like having the 6. I don't have to do this scene right now, though. That's the thing. Like, this will be like I'm gonna go and assume probably like the climax type of thing. Well, it won't be the end of the game, but it'll build up to this point before, you know, afterwards discovering that there's more to it. All this does is stop his plans for resurrecting Charlotte. At the cost of all the other victims. Because just bringing Charlotte back wouldn't be that bad, wouldn't be evil at all. Well, that's not a bad idea. If I put the other res tank over here, though, I have to actually move these out of the way over to like the side. There's a door here. It's not really built for that. Neither is trying to move the thingy at that distance there. Yeah, I do need to make some decisions on how I'm going to do like the story things. That's definitely, I've been thinking about it. And it's like, well, I got to do this, I got to do that. But the goal is, I think, to really cut down the amount of work that I have to do. It's better that Poppet wakes up in the case than it is for me to do the whole, like, you know, movie style intro, I think. You think more who or what intends to stop the player? Well, I mean, what stops the player will be like who the antagonists were will be kind of revealed over time. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, the story is from the perspective of Poppet. So the theory is that you're allowed to know anything that Poppet knows. Because, you know, you tell it like that she's your camera to the world. So if she doesn't understand something, she's not going to explain to you what it is because she has no idea. That's not what she would do. She's not going to know who the bad guy is because she's just, I mean, she shows up there looking for a friend and gets killed. She doesn't even get a good glimpse of the bad guy. She has no idea. Yeah. I mean, like, the boss order will make is planned in there too. Something's got slight changes. Voodoo was always going to be the first boss. I kind of changed up who the second one is. I'm actually going to make a plant girl boss, I think. I was originally going to have a pirate girl boss, but it being a Wonderland thing, I think a plant girl would be more interesting. Plus, you know, I have the Empress, stuff like that, so I could make her pretty terrifying if I wanted to. I had a version of her made, but I don't know, the dress didn't work right. As usual, the outfits never work right. And then the third boss was probably going to be Tilly, who is like the robotic one. Tick-tock Tilly. Got her thing. And then that was going to be like the more machine area there. And then the Red Queen was going to be the boss of the chess area. And then Anna was going to be the boss in the basement. And then thing is, though, is you probably want to fight all 5 girls first and then come into the resurrection ritual, and then when that goes south, things happen. Originally, I was going to have you go to the basement after the ritual thing, but the last victim would be in the basement, so that wouldn't make any sense. Initially, the resurrection ritual wasn't going to need all the bodies, though. I was changing it up because it makes more sense. Some sort of things don't work very well. And in thinking about how they would pan out and how I would build it, it's like, well, you need game objectives in your story. Like, the initial story did not have as many good game objectives. Well, yeah, it's a Metroidvania. The goal is to get them exploring in the first place. It's 100% like what Metroidvania is. Well, I mean, they have combat, but your goal is to get places and find things so you can get new places. It's all about exploration. The enemies are in the way to stop that, and there is a story. But a lot of Metroidvanias actually are very light on story. It's part of the reason I picked it, too, as a genre, because, you know, it's not an action-adventure type of thing where, you know, I'm not going to have, like, you know, multiple hours of cutscenes because I, first of all, have little idea how to make cutscenes. I need to look all that up. But then also I need to it takes a lot of time to make a cutscene. Like, I mean, because it's basically like making an animated movie. So an intro cutscene will probably take me multiple weeks to make. I'm assuming, for it to be good. And an ending cutscene too, which I probably won't even make on stream because I want to ruin things for people, you know. Oh yeah. I mean, come on, I have like a 70-page game dev doc. Most of it's no longer relevant, but I have a lot of different characters designed. See, my plan was always to use the same world for every game I make. So if you play one game in the world, great, you know, the lore will stand for the rest of the world. Now, you won't need to play the other games to understand the world. Like, you know, it'll just be extra added. Oh, look, this is in the world. I like to work on the theory of this. It's like, okay, well, you play the first game, cool. Or maybe you don't, but, you know, maybe in the next game I have a character walk by the Whimsy Wonders toy, you know, store, and they just look at it and go, oh, what a nice toy store, and they just walk on by. And anyone who played the previous, you know, Poppet Quest would be like, look at it in a very different light. But a normal person playing the game who hadn't played Poppet Quest would be like, oh, cool, nice store, and just walk right on by. I wonder what's in there. So, but yeah, I was gonna put all my games in the same world, so I write little stories on for their lore, like for their little background things. So this way, when I write their dialogue and everything like that, they can base that on their previous stuff. Yeah, I figure you can become a fan of the world. You know, very helpful to be a fan of the world. At least that's what I'm thinking. Even if you don't like a game in the world, that's fine. There's other games. I also have a timeline for when things happen too, because well, there'll be some links to the games. Nothing you need to worry about, but why not? But yeah, I'm not sure I'm gonna do the intro cutscene. It really comes down to where I start Poppet. She either wakes up in the thing, or you get to watch her die in the thing. And like I say, her getting killed off seems like a lot of extra effort to make that happen. It does give you the whole movie style intro, which is cool. Yeah, I could make a little FPS game down the block too. So it's not a nothing's possibility there. I'm probably just gonna make Metroidvanias in all honesty. That's fair. I mean, you gotta know where your game starts at. I was like, say, if I, you know, starting at each location changes a lot. That's actually why I moved it out of here, because, you know, over here, it's like I had a whole room with no gameplay. It's like, okay, well, you start in the box. Cool. You come in there and like what? You try to find your way up to Tinka's painting and jump in. Then there's a whole painting world explanation. And now over in the painting world, this is another mechanic that I'm not 100% certain on. They could easily get the axe, even though I like it, but I don't like it. But then it's like, okay, you get to the painting where you're in this box here now too. Now what, you talk to her and she gives you the Fool? Okay, she's dressed like she could give you the Fool. I mean, character-wise, she's not... She wouldn't... Okay. I made a point of making every single character in the game represent the tarot. She does not represent the Fool. You know who represents the Fool? Poppet. Why does Poppet represent the Fool? Because it signifies the character going on a journey, you know, the innocent character. Not the wise character who lives in the paintings and knows everything. That is not the Fool. She just happens to be dressed close like it because that's how she died. You know, ghosts often wearing what they die in. So I was like, okay, you get here and it's like, what do I make, like a jumping puzzle, get the Fool? No, we haven't had any combat yet or anything, and you're just like, yeah, you've gone through a blank room and then you go through this and maybe you got to run over to some jumping puzzle too. I mean, this is a terrible start to a game, right? So I was like, okay, well, that sucks. And then here, I was like, okay, well, I'll just start her in the carnival room. That room looks like where we get the Fool too. And it's like, okay, well, cool. Now the story has changed. I actually do a bit of story rewrite for that because I moved it back to here. This whole story and everything. I think it's hilarious, but I can do it. I lay it probably. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. Like, for a lot of stories, unless you're like a pro writer, you probably should try to keep your story as simple as possible, right? Because if it's not your best skill, it probably shouldn't be the skill that's put front and center, right? It should be the skill that literally is just, you know, like a throw in there. Because you can make whole games and never include a story. Only like RPGs and like adventure games tend to really include stories. Maybe like, you know, well, I guess point and click adventures kind of do, sort of. But you can have like, you know, lots of games that don't have stories or are very light on story. And like I said, if you're like a pro story writer, you should definitely just run with it. Just, you know. But also remember, it's a game, so you don't want to. They're not there to read a novel unless it's, you know, a graphic novel type of thing, like, you know, whatever they're called, the story type adventures, whatever they are. Obviously, those are fine. But otherwise, it's like, you know, I don't want to read a novel before we start, right? So that's been kind of things to think about. It's like, well, what should I focus on? Well, I'm not a pro writer. It's probably my weakest skill. I don't think I'm a terrible writer, but I think my ability to design levels and program is greater than it because both are much more tested. Yeah, pretty much. Gabe's right. Gabe knows everything. Games really are like porn. You don't need a story. I'm going to try to tell the story, a lot of this contextually. Like, you know, like you'll find messages places, like books that are open, messages that Charlotte's left for her father, you know, things that make more sense. Like, because a lot of these toys, they're insane. They're not going to talk to you because they're nuts. So if they did say, it'd be gibbering messes. So I'm not going to waste my time too much on that. This probably needs to have a greater cost, I think. So we're testing this. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna. I'd rather just have like messages written there. Like, what if I had like, say, a message here scribbled by some other doll that came first, right? I actually toyed with the fact that because Poppet is looking for her friend that's gone missing, that her friend had already written messages along the way, having gone through something similar to this, and that you're following in her footsteps. This way, it introduces you to a character that you never ever talk to, that you get to know along the way. If you read the things in the world, you could just ignore everything. 100%. I don't care if you do. Go ahead. But I'm going to make a point of Poppet saying that, you know, very when she might mention her friend that she's missing and looking for, and, you know, there will become a point where you will encounter her friend, and you can kill her friend. And if you do that, it does lead to bad endings, so... Maybe. I don't like to, you know, pretend like I'm the chosen one, you know? Like, maybe I'm talented, maybe I'm not. Whoa! Look at that. That was exciting. You know, until something is proven, I'm not gonna, you know, count my chickens before they're hatched, you know? I need to know for certain that, it works out. Also, there's a simple thing of money, too. Like, what I can and can't afford to make. I mean, in my perfect world, this would be something closer to, like, the level of It Takes Two. Only darker. But in my actual world, this is going to be not that close. This is going to be closer to, like, FNAF, where it comes down to where they hide the lore. Like, hey, hide the lore. I'm going to change the costs here. I actually should put all the costs inside of those things instead. I guess most of them are only attack, right? Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. I don't know 100% now. I definitely want to make it, like, feasible. There's certain points I've been putting in where, like, I basically refer to them as break points, where I go, okay, well, I could release the game without having done this. It's better if I could do it, but... in the interest of the game coming out some year, you know, like, I would not do certain things. That's right, 10. I want this weapon to be good. I still gotta decide when you're gonna get certain things given out. I kind of wanted you to kill a boss to get these things, but then the reality of that is it's... The boss for this will be like in the second area, so yeah, I would basically not give out any tarot cards if that was the case. I gotta reduce the launch on that. That's too much. You could just cheat your way to things you shouldn't. Also, there's some sort of issue with some one of the spline thingies, the cord spline thingies are weird. Yeah. I'm also seeing how hard it is to make interesting boss fights. And I have some ideas on the remaining boss fights. Oh, there's an ad break going. 1 second. I guess I'll wait till that's over. Let's pick some launch numbers that are significantly lower. Just enough that they're interesting, but not much that they're just like throwing you a mile. Just that, so I don't go flying. I need to set this as like the default weapon so I don't gotta keep selecting it. Oh, I gotta blow myself up intentionally. Yippee-ki-yay! That's a little better. I don't really want it to launch you that far because you can use it as a method of travel. That's a danger. I guess this is actually an okay way to hold this weapon. Honestly, this weapon's already more farther along than the Fool as far as its effects. I do think, well, it's already pretty powerful. I think against regular enemies, it'll be really strong. I don't know how good it'll be against like Vu and stuff like that because the heal is really slow and Vu does a lot of damage. Like a lot of damage, but you can also just hurt her too by just dropping these bombs and leaving, so there's that. So, I do think this is better. I don't want it to go flying. I don't hate how all these operate. And this is gesture thing like that. I guess I don't have this weapon materializing in. It could materialize in though. Let me look for the code how that I did that one previously. It's easier than remembering things if I just copy paste code from previous things I did so I don't gotta get crazy. It's like, okay, well, oh wait, this thing was just a material thingy here. Oops. Empress. Visibility. You have a hard time not making a bunch of spells? I could see that. Part of the thing is if you make too many things, then eventually there's no space to really use them and let people enjoy them. Like at some point you're just wasting time because there's no, you gotta give them a chance to use them, and you know, that's the thing. I definitely feel like I'm making some too many abilities and I need to space out the rooms more so that you get a chance to use each ability more often than I've been using. Looking forward to see what you make your characters do. Any other aspect? That's fair, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, make that coat, make it beautiful. Don't question it, just do it. Make it good. Um, I'm too lazy to find the mesh manually, so I'm doing it this way. Oh, it's the material on the mesh. That's what I needed. Oops. Oh. I gotta fix this anyway. I'm dumb. Wait, I already have a full one, right? So I'll make an Empress. I'm gonna play with some material stuff here in order to make him actually do what I need him to do. Here. Not sure if that's even what I need, but there's actually one for the Fool. Magician, these things like that. I mean, you know, cloth physics are a thing in Unreal, right? You can just kind of dump the cloth physics in there. It doesn't got to be too perfect. I'm just saying, and as long as it's got, you know, you don't even really need bones. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. One of the things that's I think the most important that a game dev should learn is how to know when something's too much. It's like, well, the player's not going to really care, so why am I spending this much time? Because I want to finish my project. So some things it's like, I could do this, but who cares? Like, I don't know. I try to look at it from a player's perspective as often as I can. It's just like, I try to screw my own game up intentionally. But I've definitely found that to be a thing that I do. Just, you know, realize that at some point, especially after my years of messing around with RPG Maker and the like and doing things that were stupid in it that should never have been done. Yeah, at some point you just gotta go, yeah, this is not the right thing. I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing here. Mistakes are being made. Oops. I think the Magician hat has a thing on it. I forgot the actual code for this, so I gotta find it again. I hath forgotten code. And I changed the Fool out for a different weapon. Actually, the Star would have it too. Oh yeah, so using instant plastic glossy for the Star. Sure. Jesus. All right. Oh, I think I don't need all that. I actually just need like a few things there. I forgot all the crap I had in this to make these work, to make them, you know, phase in like that. More than you think. A lot more than you think. There's a lot of weird materials in these things. So technically the Hierophant also phases in. Let's do his hat, her hat. Because I got to get to where I can adjust the material itself. I'm pretty certain I just have a base material, but you can base mat, yep. Magician, Ira Uber, yep. Yeah, I see this. Okay, so let's go back to the Fool. Well, I suppose it's fair. I don't know, I just have a goal, and the goal is to release the game. So I go out of my way to not need to do all these things. Just because I realize that it's just gonna take me forever and I'll never get it done. It's like, I already have an erase material for this. I guess I already put the code in, huh? Good job, me. I should fix that thing, right? Check, make sure now that's fixed. Weapons need to phase in, yo. I don't know. It's you don't really need to learn everything because the simple reality is that you can always look it up later. And there's so many things that just aren't necessary. I'm definitely more about learning how to, like, I need to have a goal and I want to accomplish the goal, so I just do whatever's necessary to accomplish the goal. I kind of lack an overall curiosity. I usually find a need and fulfill the need as opposed to a curiosity. I do curious things, but not as often as I could, I'm sure. Oh, here's a regular base mat. How about this? Base material. Empress? Don't have one. That's also why I haven't really gotten into Blender, because I was just like, well, I don't technically need it. So I'll learn it later if I need it at all. Meanwhile, I'm watching them keep adding all these different, editing tools directly to Unreal Engine. I'm like, maybe I will never need it. Very exciting. Not needing it. I'm hiding all the base materials in here. All right. So for this, or all the changes I had to make, I don't remember them all. Emissive color that has to be masked. Sure. Sure. Just pop this out here and this here. Perfect. Oops. Chaos Bot has once again decided to do its thing. All right, so I have that there. I don't care about those, so that's fine. Base material, the Empress on that. And then on the Empress itself, see the weapon up here. Swap this here. Refresh. There we go. Empress visibility, perfect. And then destroy equipment needs to have play from start. Refresh this node so I can see the Empress, perfect. Should be everything I need. We shall see. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, angry Poppet. Her dress just goes through her legs all the time. It's funny. I gotta change your hat out anyway. It's interesting that the accents don't seem to do the base material thing. Like, why is it visible when the other thing is literally set to 0? Also, her hat needs to be changed too, for that matter as well. Gosh. Oh, it's actually doesn't matter. It's just the actual hat. That's the problem. It's fair. I definitely I like to just talk out what I'm doing, you know? Just say the things and see if it I find that a lot of things sound like when you say it out loud, it really helps decide if something sounds stupid or not. Because everything in your head usually sounds amazing, and then you say it out loud and it's like, wait, that's dumb. Why would I do that? It's the great filter. It's literally just, wow, that's stupid. Rubby Duggy. Huh? Yes, there you go. Yeah, that's exactly it. I used to tell people that the joke behind me streaming is not that I'm streaming to all these people with that. It's like, you know, it's so that I can just talk to myself the whole time, and anyone walking by the room will just think that I'm, you know, just talking to chat and not crazy. The fools. They never knew. They never knew. Now you know. You know the secret. That was also part of the when you stream, you also learn to kind of just talk. Well, if you want people to stay, you just start talking, even if no one's around, because someone might swing by, and eventually you just kind of get used to it. I talk a lot. I think a lot of us are obsessed with our projects. It's a good place to be, really. You know, it's just if you don't like your project, why are you doing your project? You should probably pick a different project, right? You know, that's how I view it. If you hate your project, you should do a different project. Switch this to masked real fast, or back to opaque, because that's what I clicked. It's like the same thing if you don't think about it. Also, I clicked that. This is what's in the opacity mask. That looks complicated. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. That's fair. I just love what I do, and you know, this is what I do for fun, and that there's people to chat with while I do it now is amazing. So I never thought streaming would be something I would do. I just thought it was just kind of a weird thing. It was like, I always actually said I would never do it because I didn't understand when anybody would, and I just kind of chat and just realized people are watching me as I do it, and more people are getting excited by the project, which is like the best part, I think. So yeah, I mean, like just people getting into what you're doing, it's fantastic. There's like what 50 people in the Discord now. Before I started streaming on Twitch, there was like 18. Because you know, good luck getting anyone on YouTube to do anything. Actually, to be fair, there's actually a couple people watching on YouTube. Wow, nice. And 61 views. YouTube is being kind to me today. Meanwhile, over on Twitch, the number of views is like so much higher. There's been 139 views tonight on Twitch, and there was like 63 on YouTube, and that's like really half of YouTube. Yeah, you found me on YouTube. You know, I mean, I've gotten some people from YouTube. It's not like a zero sum, but there are times where it's like, oh look, 30 people viewed me on YouTube that night, and it'll be like a 10 or 11-hour stream. And Twitch is, you know, better about it. The real secret, if I want to get the most views, is actually if I keep streaming longer, like towards the early morning for me, and like it's, I think the afternoon for Europe or something. That causes them to be, well, I tend to get a lot of those people, and it's not a bad plan. It works out pretty well for me. But so far, Twitch has been very, very kind. It's mostly the community around it. It's just fantastic. Plus, they raid you all the time on these places too, so that helps a lot. And YouTube, there's no such thing as a raid on YouTube. You're just sad. You're like, oh, cool. Hopefully the algorithm is kind. Well, now the hat appears. It's kind of nice. I gotta fix the vanish on it though. Getting there though. But it's still super cool that people are excited about what I'm doing. Even if, like, you know, only a handful of people watch me, it's still more than we're watching me. Still more people are interested than I thought would be. I need to look into streaming on Rumble as well. That's a thing that I have been thinking is probably a good plan. Because, you know, monetization on Rumble is, oh wait, there's no requirements for monetization. You're just automatically monetized. I was like, cool. What a great system. I mean, I don't have to do anything. I just have to show up there. And apparently, like, it's so much bigger than you think it is. Who was it? Somebody was saying he had like 375,000 followers on there. And I was like, I thought Rumble was like rinky dink nothing, but that's a lot. Yeah. Apparently Dr. Disrespect is going there now too, because he's now part owner of Rumble. Which, you know, whatever you think of the guy, I don't really have much of an opinion on Dr. Disrespect. If anybody who thinks that that's not going to drive more traffic over there is just fooling themselves. Like, that dude gets a huge amount of traffic on Twitch, or on YouTube, because he got banned from Twitch. So, I mean, you know, yeah, that's good. I mean, I forgot it was. There was a guy who had over like 300,000 people watching him on Twitch. Not on Twitch, on Rumble live. It was one of the election people. I don't know which one it is. I don't really care who it was, but it wasn't who he was that mattered to me so much as those numbers. I had no idea. The big problem with Rumble is it's largely very political because all the people there are the people who got banned at other places. So I don't know how well a random game dev would do there. But I could try it anyway. Yeah. I mean, basically the way I view it is if I got any amount of money towards it, that's just money that helps me, you know, get more stuff for the game. Like, it'll help me hire voice actors or, you know, get better assets for things. I don't have to cut as many corners, you know. So there's it's good news for me across the board if I can score anything. Even if it's like an extra $20 a month. I mean, I was already streaming anyway, you know. It's just like, okay, cool, it's an extra $240 a year. That's just, you know, more assets for the game, right? And that's great. I ain't quitting my day job, trust me. It's not happening on what I'm getting on this, you know. That was weird. It kind of huh. It phases in really well. It doesn't phase out very well. Yeah, I mean, I might as well do what I can to help fund the game. Why is there a delay after this? There's nothing. I guess to be fair, they both don't have to do this. Only one of them has to do this. It doesn't got to be the weapon and the other, because if it's both, then they're fighting over this information here. But I actually think I shouldn't do this, because it literally is just doing it anyway. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how many people I can even con into being interested in this. I mean, convinced to be interested in this. Hopefully a lot. Well, now the hat stays equipped. Oh, I know why it stays equipped. Because you have to destroy the actor. Why is it becoming visible? Destroy equipment. First from end. What needs to happen? Yeah, I'll try it. I mean, I have an unlimited internet connection at this point. Because, well, all the streaming has forced me to have to upgrade my internet connection quite a bit. I might as well try to recoup some of the money on the internet connection, if nothing else. You know? And maybe also, you know, get some funding for the game. The problem with two pieces of equipment there, the hat needs to have a little more time before it destroys itself, I think. Actually, probably like 2 seconds, right? Sure. Half tempted to change it so that this is one of the main weapons Poppet has equipped, so I don't have to continuously find it. It's more effort than you think to change this information, by the way. Actually, a bunch of things related to it. That's fair. It's roped into one, all in one. Like, I actually thought that it was separate from the download, and I was doing all the streaming going, why are we using all our connection? It's because I'm literally just uploading like crazy. Because I've been streaming like close to 50 hours a week, honestly. Which is a lot of hours on top of regular work. You know, if I wasn't doing regular work, I'd probably stream 12 hours a day, 6 days a week doing me. Just because I would want to work on the game the whole time, and it's just a lot of fun, but you know, I also have to sleep at some point. Yes. It does lead to some really long days, though. Now maybe someday I can sell a game and, you know, have enough money to quit my job and work just on games the whole time. I live really cheaply, so it wouldn't take a lot. Where are the active abilities here? Hero setup. Abilities currently selected. Reeve Empress. Yeah, and this one is technically going to just be 3, I assume. Right? Because they're tied to the thing there. Yeah, so 3 and 5, yeah. I think it's just those 2 things. Could be wrong. Oh, it sounds nice. I have a hard time sleeping more than 6 hours. So I end up sleeping in 2 blocks. It's usually 5 to 6 hours and then like 1 to 3 hours. But oftentimes I'm lucky to get like 6 hours of sleep. So sometimes I'm a little bit off. Perfect. I had to make new versions of these cards too because, you know, I can do renders of them. I just had the same dance thing for all of them because I've only made the one for the Fool, but I'm making custom cards. I don't know what I do for the Magician. Also, I gotta make this wand not lame looking. It's okay looking, I guess, but it needs something. also needs a cast when it uses its ability there. Or like a swing particle or something. It definitely heals you very fast, that's true. Might be better, but there's a big lag between that, so you have to plan it. I gotta turn this off for everything but the Fool. Actually, to be fair, the dodge also eats curse, so you can't even use your abilities. The price of the Empress is that you really can't do a lot of the stuff. Oh, the web plays out okay. The fact that it takes you a while to be able to use it again. Because you can only place 10 mushrooms before having some kind of way to heal things back. With the base curse number, obviously, but... That's probably fair, because, you know, if you stand in the dark, you will get more back, but it doesn't come back that fast. So you can be limited on how often you can use it. Unlike the freaking star that is just... As long as you're near the light, you can just basically heal yourself to full. Which is just too good. The sucky thing about this weapon, though, is it means that they'll never have continuous damage. Like, you'll never hit a save. Actually, to be fair, saving heals you, so you'll basically always be able to get back to full health in any room you're in. Which I don't know how I feel about that. I guess I just built the game around not having long-term damage like that. But what's more important about this is you also have this now for Patrick, because the star you didn't have for Patrick, you had no heals. And I was fighting Patrick with the star, realizing that it was impossible for me to not take some amount of damage. Well, maybe it's not impossible, it was hard. So I think I'm eliminating the star from this, the demo. It originally showed up in the painting world anyway. I need to rework how it is. Because if there was ever a map where the star looks like it should be, it'd be there. Also, the moon could be there too, but there's already a moon here, so I don't need that. Yeah. Now the next argument is how many of the abilities are unlocked? I mean, are you just collecting stuff like gems or whatever to upgrade the abilities, not to upgrade the damage on things? To make things spawn faster or something? Or are you paying for upgrades? Because if you're paying for upgrades, then what's really unlocked for Patrick then? I mean, like... Kind of an important question to ask. I mean, I could make it that Patrick has minion helpers and the minions drop potions. So you could just fight those and you could make it where you don't have that problem. Like you wouldn't need an actual healing thing as long as you had that. But then it would just be fighting with basically the Fool at that point, right? You just swing the Fool around. That's your entire plan. I mean, I guess it worked for Hollow Knight where you had basically no attacks for hours. Granted, I found Hollow Knight kind of boring, so I don't know. Some games take too long to get to the point. Well, too long to get to the interesting stuff, I think. I get kind of like the... Gosh, how far did I get? I think I played like 5 or 6 hours, so it's not like I played 0 of it. But... Combat was not very interesting. I guess it kind of improved as it went along, what I played. But So I worry that the Fool is the same problem, where it would just be you'd mostly use the Fool the whole time. You do get the Magician. So what does the Magician do for you? Well, I haven't made anything for it. You're going to have exactly 3 of the abilities for it. You're going to have Empress, the Magician, and the Fool by the time you fight Patrick. So give them out really quick. And that's just because the Magician's too required to do things in there. You basically can't play the game without it. So I have to give that out. The Fool is basically the only real weapon, because trying to fight with just the Magician means I have to have blocks everywhere. You have to throw the whole time, and that's not awful, but kind of tedious in a way. I don't have a dedicated healing thing. I could make it unlockable. I mean, you need the ability on the Empress that lets you grow plants. That's a given. I could give all 3 abilities at once. Is that what I'm really doing with my time? Well, at that point, I give all the Fool abilities, right? Same time. I am tempted to put Dodge as the other Fool ability. I had an important notification, did not. Actually, how much power is left my phone? 6%. Let me plug that into the other charger so this way it doesn't go dead. Yeah, I'm mostly just talking through what I plan on doing. I'm trying to figure out what I plan on doing. Because, you know, I just work on it and then never plan things, so I'll make a bunch of things that don't matter. I do need to make an upgrade system at some point and get back into doing the menus. What's kept me from doing a lot of the menus is that I'm waiting for this plugin update, because I was using the UI nav menu thingy, which makes it really easy to set up your menu for controls or for controllers, because otherwise Unreal's basic stuff is really bad for that. Like, I love everything about Unreal until you have to deal with, you know, menu support for a controller, or so UI support. It is an embarrassment. It's just straight up embarrassment. I don't even know what they were smoking, but it's the good stuff. They should share. Holy crap. But the UI nav thingy means you don't got to code all the extra crap. Just coding the menus to work with controllers. It's awful. Maybe I'll work on a room for a bit. I haven't worked on a room in a while. Okay, well, I've come to this simple conclusion. Oh yeah, a controller. Well, I mean, this Unreal Engine is built, you know, is the engine that makes a lot of the games for like consoles and everything like that too. So you would think its controller support would be, I don't know, not embarrassing. But it's embarrassing. It is horrific. So if you've ever had to program the menus to work with a controller, what you really do is you essentially assign variables, like kind of like in a grid, or it's like numbers in a grid to these things like that. And when they push a direction on the controller, you increment that variable. And then you tell the button in that area to light up. And then, if that variable is what's active, then you, when they push the button, you do the thing. You can't just move a mouse cursor. You also can't just, you know, initiate a click on a space. I did find ways to get or move the mouse cursor. It's a lot of work. It's not normal. But then you still can't do a simple mouse click, which is how they've apparently designed the UI around the mouse. Yeah, it's the most bizarre, awful thing, which could have been fixed by the ability to click somewhere, like to initiate a mouse click basically like that, because they programmed everything with a mouse, so you would just initiate mouse clicks like normal. And the ability to easily move the mouse cursor with the controller. And the more complicated your menus, the worse it gets. So along comes UI navigation, which is free, by the way, and everyone should use. And UI navigation handles all that for you. So you don't have to do what I just described. It will, well, you can tell it specific behavior, but otherwise, if you push a direction, it'll find the nearest one of its, widgets that it has for you. And you can easily set up all your things. Like I had a previous menu already made, and the little thing's just like, oh, you can just, reparent our widget into theirs, and you're good. I'm like, okay, cool. So then suddenly I didn't have to do any of the work. I was like, this is beautiful. And it lets you do the clicking and everything like that. All the work was done for you. It should just be a base part of Unreal Engine. They should just, whoever designed the interface for controller support like that should be fired. Their entire family should be blacklisted for even mentioning anything like that. Now, just like that. Just, they should fire that guy. Because it's bad. Like, oh my God. So, for the most part, I love Unreal Engine, except that. Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but I'm just saying, because he did things that were not okay. And it's just weird because, this is the engine that's designed for, that all the console games are made on. So, like, why is controller support an embarrassment? It's so bad. It's wild how bad it is. It's just, like, legendarily terrible. I'm gonna get rid of this nav mesh. I don't know what I'm doing this room yet, but I'm gonna find something to do with it. No, that's fair. Someone's gotta. Yeah, it's just wild how terrible it is. I do not understand one bit. I have breakable things back here. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I don't even know what I'm planning on this here. Some way to get up here using books, I assume. It's got to be more playable than it is. That's part of the problem. Also, move this over because it's driving me nuts. It's so tiny. Oh, the area I'm looking at is tiny. Pretty much. Yeah. It just made no sense to me. It just seems such an embarrassment. I'm gonna have a central hallway for this. I wanted a library, but I guess where am I trying to get? And I guess I could use books to make it like a thing. I could use books to get up to somewhere. Am I gonna let you leave these windows? This one's open. Oh, yeah, because if you had the Moon Tarot, you can open this up. Yeah, we haven't even talked about the Moon Tarot. I don't think I've seen the Ray-Bans ad. Yes. The Moon Tarot makes things illusionary real and makes illusionary things not real. It flips, like certain things become real and not real whenever you use it. Some stuff is not real, and it shows you, basically. It's actually one of the older tarots I made, but I want to give it out someplace where you can see the moon. Yeah, put some solo cutscene. Fair. I could do this and make this window where it's not blocked and be opened. And this way you can jump onto this window, probably from the bouncy thing. Run out here, get onto these books and get up. Here? You're not going to be able to make that last one, I don't think. Let's test. Is open. I'm too lazy to select a magician to open this. I'm gonna do it this way. Cheat the system. I just need to make paths to go on. I think that's what I'm doing with all these rooms, just paths. Oh. There's nothing on that window to grab. Not a damn thing. Gonna need me one of these. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, nah, man. Nah. Nah, we ain't doing it that way. That way's for dumb people. I don't want to be a dumb person. Nah, man. Nah. What I should be doing is grabbing every little piece of these things and just making one giant thing. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. What I need to do... Well, first off, I'm going to browse to the level thingy, which I did not keep a copy of because I'm dumb. That's okay. I'll just go on a little trip. And they say I never go anywhere. Clearly they are mistaken. We're just going to go ahead and add this to the scene right here. Yeah. And unlock this. This is just a 0.1 affair, maybe. Is it? Like a 0.05 affair. I could put this on every single window on the building, or optionally, I could just put it on the window thingy for this and save myself a whole lot of not, you know, wanting to do this crap, you know? It's like, nope, we doing this. Like this, and then like this. Okay. Now they should all have it. It does seem a little lower than it needs to be, doesn't it? Huh. And wider than it needs to be, too? Yeah, I guess I gotta move it up some, huh? Alright, alright. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Sure. Let's migrate this up a little. Just right about there. That looks pretty good. I'm just gonna go ahead and shrink it a wee bit there. Just a wee bit. Be like 0.45. 0.4. Oh, I see. There we go. I'm moving it over in the blueprint, but you guys can see where it's moving to, so it's kind of okay. Oh, they don't both fit on the screen, unfortunately. It does need to stick out a small amount so she can grab. Alright, let's test this out. I'm gonna go through and delete all the other ones in the windows once these are good. I don't know why I didn't do this first. It's stupid not to. The window should just be built all together so I don't gotta do all the work. Like over and over. Not a problem. Oh, I can't make that jump. Not the most interesting of puzzles, but I can hide things in the bookshelves. Part of the problem with the bookshelves I'm having is that they are too small. Also, that lip right there, because one of the shelves sticks out farther because of how they designed it, is a problem. Because you can't really easily get around it. So I might need books to like balance between them or something like that to make it interesting. I need more uses for cubes too, because they're round and like you can use to get up here, you need one to get onto the couch, so that's kind of nice, but there are many uses for them, and it's kind of a fun mechanic to have it be worthless. But technically, I guess you have these two, so you don't really need a lot of it. You can always get your way up there, and then from here you can get places. Also, all the file cabinets are empty, which kind of sucks. I could hide things in them. I could be that guy. Oh, that's right, there's no light here. Also, there's not much point getting up here. We'll close this window. It doesn't need to be open. Looks like I have no problem doing those, so I can basically go through and erase every single other one of the other ones there, so I don't need to make my own anymore. You go over here, I had some. Just gonna save an epic amount of time. Yeah, there is two. Clicking the second one is kind of challenging. Oh, cover that one.
Gotta find ones that stick out a little bit. There was like one other way I did it. Yeah, right here. That's all the answer if there's two of them or not. That should be all of them. I didn't do very many of them. But it does make my life a lot easier doing it that way than the other way. Just saying. Just saying. I was wrong on the number of viewers. There was like 148 unique viewers and 212 live views on the stream tonight so far. Which, not bad, not bad. YouTube's 67, even though I streamed on YouTube for like over a year. So admittedly, I kind of was a little inconsistent for a while there. For a while, I was actually super consistent, like a year or two back. A few years back when I was before I had the health problems. Alright, so that fixes that issue here. I kind of want to just include the window thingies on this too, because they kind of all go to the same location, so it'll probably be easier just to include them. Maybe. Definitely behooves me to run things together so I don't have to do them later. Alright, so we want to have that as a thing. Possibly I just have all the bookshelves on the other side. That's an idea. This is an area where I can have some Empress plants, you know, if I want. Yeah, you pop out here, you should be able to grab that. Dang. Get against the wall. One problem I encounter is that Poppet can get stuck in little places. And she's tiny. So tiny. Easy. I almost don't like this pipe setup here. Also, that jump's really hard to make sometimes. That's kind of fun to jump on, though. How do you get back up here? That's an important thing there, because if you get back up here, I could actually make it where you can jump on the tops of these, and that's its own fun thing. Then there's these things here, which don't really seem like they serve much function. I kind of want you to get on the couch and then get up here, so I don't really want to put these shelves right there. You know? What I could do is have multiple shelves this way, though. You could run around on top of them. Which could lead to something interesting. Let's say I don't put these shelves this close here. It doesn't matter if you get through the room. The room is not like, you know, sectioned off like that. It's sectioned off in a way that you have a harder time getting to certain things, but I don't really want you getting on top of that because you can jump onto there, I'm pretty certain. I guess we can see. You might hit the ceiling though, so you might not be able to make it. Also, I gotta move these over here a bit because like they're a bit off kilter.
You jump up here and then do what? Doesn't really stop you from making a jump. Jump on here, but it's not good enough to make the other jump. That's good to know. I could limit some things like that. I could also put a wall up here so it's like a hidden area behind it. You can't easily make it. Doesn't really stick to the ground. Block it with some pipes or something and put something interesting going on up there? Maybe. This already has a weird puzzle, get to it. Not a complicated one, but you know, Metroidvanias aren't really about complicated puzzles. Or complicated jumping, I should say. You could make it that you could jump around the bookshelves up here. I could also hide stuff in the bookshelves too and have you try to reach them. I guess the bouncy couch could let you get back up on something pretty easy. Let's experiment with that idea here, shall we? How high does the bouncy couch go? You can actually make that. But it's a pretty uncomfortable jump. Like, it feels weird. Okay. I do think the bouncy couch should be made use of because it's exciting. I also think it's how you get up on top of things, and I'm probably going to hide it somewhere. Like a bouncy couch so you can get to places. Yes. I mean, I went to all the trouble to make it, and people were going to enjoy bouncing on it because there's unlikely they won't enjoy bouncing on it. I mean, I guess somebody could be a real killjoy, but just imagine a world where you don't enjoy bouncing on a couch. Like, really? Really? Like, you just discover that you hate the world or something, and that's why you can't enjoy bouncing on a couch? Maybe. I'm trying to imagine being that devoid of joy. That's the kind of person who enjoys doing their taxes. A real monster. I don't know if I like this location too much. Yeah. Bouncing things are just fun. There's no world where people, you know,
Well, there are people who don't like bouncing on couches, but nobody likes them. It's really very simple. That whole liking them thing? Nah, man. Nah. Yeah, pretty much. It doesn't have to suck. Just be rich. And then it's great, I'm told. Just be rich, smile. Oh, that's the real secret. Be rich, everything is great. Be poor, things not so good. I haven't quite figured out how to follow my own advice, by the way. I just thought I'd tell you that. I am not rich. I'm in fact poor. Yeah, I wouldn't call myself poor, but I am most definitely not rich. I mean, I'm a game dev, so clearly, being rich and game dev, these things don't really exist together. You know what I'm saying? Well, they surely do, but not for the vast majority of us. You know what I'm saying? Technically, this doesn't even need a bouncy couch to get up to it, but you're going to bounce on the couch because you can. Yeah. Try to reroll someone with like an 18 charisma? Yeah, pretty much. Being attractive is a good plan, trust me. Oh, ad break real fast. I'm gonna go take a quick bio break. Right back.
Yes, the house is very cold. 0 out of 10, do not like. Thanks, I have a nice portable heater right over here. Stick that puppy on there. Get back to the most important things in life, being nice, warm, and doing game dev. Yes. Yes, indeed. I think from there I can easily get back up onto the pipes. Let's see. We'll bouncy couch onto the pipes. I'm gonna just give up on the little tube thingies. They're not that fun. They're okay, I guess. They were a little better when the other thing, when the original dilapidated style levels, but yay! I don't need the Hierophant, I need the Empress, which is now one of the most useful ones because it's technically every ability. Making it maybe too good. Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to reach things now, so I gotta actually... You kind of want to enlarge it while you're on it. This way you can actually get places. Which is kind of its own fun, you know? Oh, yeah. I do an extra jump for no reason. Perfect, perfect. Good job, me. Well done, well done. Okay. Any bouncy couches everywhere. I might tone down the bouncy couch. Okay, fine. Sheesh. Then you can get back up here, which then leads to other shenanigans. Technically, you can probably get on that too. Yeah, I need to make more pathways to go places, so... You can go from the other direction to get over there. Well, this jump is actually pretty hard. Yeah, like time the thing just right so you can actually grab it. Oh, wait. Did I include the destroyable feature yet? Huh? Why no go boom? What? Hmm. Got the destroyable stuff here. Oh. That's because I didn't include destroyable. I think that'll be all I need. Oh. I need to go and check this here because this might not have destroyable on it. Not the BP destroyable, so maybe it does. I mean, I would assume. So the tags always transfer over, so it's destroyable, sure. Yeah, we're just gonna go to like 3 or something so I can easily land here. I gotta replace these. 1 second. I don't want to use the ones where you can't see the red here. Because this is my yellow paint. So we're removing all the ones that don't have my yellow paint. Which is pretty much all these dumb things.
One must have one's yellow paint. Sure. All records. This should also technically make this a little easier. Migrate this to the library. Ah, yes, all these things that it took out, like the light maze and things like that. It was not that fun. It was okay. The mechanic behind the light maze I like. I might use that mechanic later. This can open, right? That's all that matters. It doesn't hit it. It's awkward. But it doesn't hit it. Fair enough. Definitely gotta make certain that I clearly indicate to the player what they can and can't do. Nobody wants to jump at something, try to grab it, and discover you can't grab it. And now you know 100% you can grab this area. Doesn't destroy it. I think part of the problem is that it's a begin overlap. Oh. I could have a thing that detonates them all as an option. I could have like the middle mouse button do that if it's not actually indicating anything, just to detonate everything. How am I gonna do this? This originally was just a sphere collision. But there's one thing I've learned: the collision thingies kind of suck. We'll call this too close. But this won't give me the actor though, right? I can get all actors with tag. With an interface. The BPI combat. I could check the distance to every single one of them. We do this. I do like enemy or something like that. And I could have a for each thing. Because right now the problem with this is, and I was seeing it earlier,
is that if the enemy was already within range, it won't trigger. They'll have to leave and come back, so it doesn't work the way I want it to. But all these have a tag of enemy. Reach. This way, it'll just, I can run too close after the mushrooms and armed instead. Wait. There, get all actors within range. Oh. Wait. I can do that instead. I don't need to do that. It's this. And this here. What capsule overlap? Oh. Well, that's terrible. That method is not good at all. I'm looking for new things here just out of curiosity. Because if I do this, then it's going to have, well, I guess you have actors in general. And that would not actually tie it to anything specific. Because it itself is already an actor, so it's not like it can tie itself any more to being an actor than being an actor. And for each loop. Actually, I'm just going to set other actor right here. Just to save my sanity. We'll go straight to this. I'll run that one right there, and then I'll just do other actor for every other one here. I guess I could do this like this. I'm just going to delete this. I have a plan. Fix the problem. Because what we do is I'm just going to run the too close thingy, and then it's going to play here and just run it again this way. I do this a lot. The loop ones where they just sit there and continuously run a loop thingy, and then as soon as I want this active, I'll just run this, and it'll just keep doing its thing. It's pretty much 9 times out of 10 the best way to do everything. So this pretty much lets me just do exactly what I was already doing. Other actors no longer being set there, but I don't need to set other actors, so I don't care. It's kind of inferior the way I was doing it anyway. Destroy self, other actors already plugged into that and that. I'll need to fix the other as well, but that's okay. What blew up? That's cool. Oops. Didn't hit this though. Oh. It's just missing one thing, that's all. It's missing the destroy option. It's right here. Oh. That's a hit result. Oof. It just need a location though, right? It's true.
Impact point is what I'm using, so I can just get the just feed it the level information here. Get actor location. It should work. Probably. Unless it doesn't. Oh. It's doing its thing. And it's finding the planks. I can see them on there. And it's looking for the destroyable here. Oh, never mind. The problem was this. We were checking to see if it itself had a tag of destroyable, which is obviously not the case. Well, there you go. See, blew it right open. looks like I did that twice though, so let me do this here. I'll have to read this for the other one too. I should have probably made um a parent. I might remake it as a parent too. It doesn't immediately destroy itself, so it can still blow up Poppet if you're not careful. If I get rid of the delay entirely. Not what I thought I was gonna be doing. When I started the day, I was like, oh, I'm gonna make, you know, a Bomberman thingy, but I didn't realize I was gonna blow open fire in the hole. Blow open thingies like this. I'll do a slight delay on this, but then I'm gonna do. Let's see. I guess. I click to play, but I guess not. I didn't click it hard enough. You know. Ooh. Need to fix those so that when you hit them, they don't. Can't hit them like that, you know. That feels weird.
Well, does it? I mean, you can run around on top of all the crap. Passing through it seems kind of weird. I'm kind of mixed on it. Kind of weird because you kind of trip over it, but why would you just be able to pass it? I guess it could vanish faster. Could make it where it shrinks instead of just vanishing. Might be more interesting than, you know, it's just going away. Could also have things kind of phase out too. That requires more work. They gotta go through every material that's used and replace them with the well, I guess I could do a material instance. If a material has an opacity. That's a kind of geometry collection, I don't think. Geometry collections are a bit weird. Hmm. Can also flatten them too. Instead of them just vanishing, they go flat and then kind of vanish. Maybe. They already vanish pretty fast. I think I'll leave them as they are. I'm trying to think of what else I could do with them that's interesting. Having them completely vanish, and I'll have to study what other people do, I guess. I don't know now. That fixes that problem. Oh, but it doesn't fix the other one. This is actually entirely the same, except for what it does here, basically.
Oh wait. Just for my own sanity, we'll do it this way. Not what I was intending to do, but fair enough. I would all end up in here when I push this button, but I guess not. Nope. Awkward. Okay. Yeah, that's the only difference, really, was that one little thing. But the end particle, I guess, and the noise. I guess I could just set that right at the event begin play. It's true. I'll just make it one plant and then how am I spawning this?
You could just use one and then just send it a thing saying, hey, you know, do this. And then just have them both be the same projectile. I kind of already made them both like the same projectile anyway. Or I can just duplicate it and save myself all that extra effort. I misspelled healing anyway on that one. It's funny. Make it easy. Also, in the construction script, I could set this too, so I don't have to look at it that way. Probably easier if I do that, honestly. Perfect. I played that, but it didn't heal me. Oh, why did I duplicate it? That's stupid. I should make a child. Oh. Got a mad break. Nice. Good times.
If it's not reached that point where I'm getting tired enough where I'm messing up the simple stuff. But after this test, I might end up calling it. Because, yeah. Range is like, nerd. Nerd. Oh. I'm a goofball. Got it. I never set a healing amount. I don't need this crap. All I really was this. Yeah, let's see if it works now. It seems like an easy thing to fix. Nine-hour stream, just about. That's a long time. Per day, after the rest of the day. I'm supposed to be testing this. Yep, they work great. Just like using the force on them. Actually, she's got some little Vulcan thing going on there with the V like on her hand like that. A weird pose. Anyway, that'll probably do it for me tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time. All the usual same shenanigans. I don't know exactly what I plan on working on. Maybe I'll finally make the magician do more than it does. I might continue working on the library. I'll work on some combat. Good to know, so I need to keep fixing some of those combats because they're still not there yet, you know? Close. They're real close. Well, they're getting there. I'd say they're like 50-60% where I really want them to be, but they could be better. Especially because I only have 2 bosses to do for the demo, so they better be good bosses, right?
You really fight them pretty fast though. After like 6 or 7 rooms each. It's only 14 rooms in the demo, so it's like 6 or 7 rooms for each one. That's not bad. I'll think about that. Patrick might be a bit early for a boss. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Maybe back tomorrow. Raid Sinnespeary or something like that since he was earlier, and why not? And I will say goodbye to YouTube because well, YouTube can't exactly raid, so yeah. Thanks for watching YouTube, and see you guys tomorrow. And then let's raid